Oh, and so good evening. This is a meeting of the Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission being held virtually pursuant to the governor's executive order. This evening, Mr. Fox will be seated for the first item, which is decision items, and then he needs to leave, so he will be replaced by Mr. Dennis Yeski, who will be seated for him the remainder of the evening. As you may have seen if you signed on early, we have 4 postponements tonight. The first one is House of Monty Little Cove at 4 Little Cove Place for a final coastal site plan. Then Laura Christie Limited, Dieter and Rosemary Hauser, care of Thomas Mona, for a final site plan at 1309 East Putnam, which is also called Valbella's. And then Innis Arden Golf Club has 2 applications that have been postponed, final site plan and special permit at 120 Tomac on the west side, and final coastal site plan and special permit at the same address on the east side of Tomac. And with that, we will start our agenda tonight with our decision items, and we will begin with the HO application. Mr. Levy, would you like to make some comments relative to the decision on the HO? I don't think he can hear us right now, so I'm going to go to Mr. Fox. Mr. Levy? Peter, I can see you, but I don't think he can hear us. Peter? Peter Levy? Unmute. Unmuting you. Hi, Peter Levy.
Okay, is that working?
That's
okay.
Working. And we can see you. Did you know that?
Yes, okay.
That's great.
I am still trying to set up here. I'm having some technical difficulties. I can't seem to pull up anything on my screen. Maybe Andy should go first.
Okay, Andy, why don't you go ahead? And on the HO, your thoughts, please.
Well, I think that per the POCD, HO is something that we can use to try to encourage saving some of the historic character of the town and the neighboring communities. I think this application has support from the Historical District Commission, and they felt the structure met the requirements of the HO. I think that we heard loud and clear the neighborhood was not in favor of this application, but and so I think that personally it's hard when we are seeing all these classic houses get torn down. So I'm kind of in between on this. Mr. Levy?
Yes, thank you. I have similar thoughts. I'm not sure that that the size of this development it bothers me. I think that it's a respectful design. I think they've done some very good things to fit it into the landscape. I think that there's been some very astute comments by neighbors about how this does not fit into the streetscape, and that the proximity of this house to the main house is not in keeping with the character. But I think that weighing this back and forth, I'm inclined to think that developing this property this way has more benefits than just detractions from. And I'm wondering if you know, if this application is not approved, the alternative, at least in my thinking, doesn't seem to be a good one if the entire property is redeveloped. One of the things that makes it a little tough is it's undersized for this development, and that's why they're going for the HO. But be it as may, there's a elevation change which separates the houses. There's landscaping between them. It is set back from the road. They've done some very good architectural things to have it relate back and forth, not only to the street and the neighborhood, but also to the existing building. So it's a very close call.
Mr. McRae?
I think that it's been demonstrated that the home itself is historic in nature. John Ravinsky building it in 1923. I think the information that's been supplied to us in the testimony about the house is actually significant, both in the nature of the architecture and its actual historic background for a resident here in Greenwich, and its contribution to the United States. I found that actually the house when we first got it was actually quite large, and now has been reduced down to a more appropriate size. And I believe actually in the area, there's a lot of larger estate buildings that have accessory carriage houses or outbuildings. Calhoun, out on Glenville Road, Rock Ridge area, Zacchaeus Mead, where there are a lot of great estates. So I don't believe that this is out of character for that area. I believe that actually the applicants really have made it a good attempt to make sure that the building is in keeping with the existing residents in terms of the architecture, so it does tie itself into the historic nature of this site. And I think they've really gone and addressed most of the concerns that we've raised. And I think actually probably understanding what Mr. Levy said as well is that actually I think the other alternative is to have a very large 10,000 square foot house, which I don't believe would be an appropriate thing on this site, because I believe it will be actually more down on the street and closer to the street than what's there now, or what they're proposing now.
Mr. Hardman, unmute.
Thank you. Yeah, I just start and say, look, I think the applicant and her attorney have been persistent. I think they've tried to be very responsive to the dialogue we had over a number of meetings. I visited the site, I've looked back and reviewed March 10 and June 2 notes, and my analysis really focuses on sort of 5 points. One is the historic character of the property. I'll defer to HDC, but I will say the existing property is really not visible from Calhoun Drive. And I sort of do question whether the original owner is more historic than the home, but again, separate issue. The second part that I really focus on is that, this is really not what I call a subdivision application, and I really resisted looking at it. I think that you really have to look at the HO and the guiding language, which is preservation of protecting by protecting property values, protecting community character. And there's really not any mention of promoting development. I think the POCD is quite clear. Preservation of neighborhood character and sense of place is, to me, an existential land use question for the town. The regulations, again, I've gone through this. I'm happy to put this in the record, but 615A2, the standards for site plans, preservation and enhancement of property values. At least the following aspects should be evaluated: building design, neighborhood appearance, a design in harmony with existing neighborhood appearance and to other buildings in the immediate area. My comment on this, I don't think it's the intent of the regulation to have something crammed up a steeply sloping piece of topography near Calhoun Drive. And I firmly believe this will not maintain neighborhood appearance. 617 D10, authorization by special permit. Little I will not alter the neighborhood essential characteristics. And again, I think this does. I think this is a charming neighborhood, and I don't think the intended development, as well as it's been articulated and as responsive as the applicant has been to our suggestion, still does substantially alter the neighborhood characteristics. And finally, with respect to 6-109 C10, the historic overlay, new additions shall not destroy spatial relationship to characterize the property. And in my words, particularly on this piece of the lot, we've everybody who's talked so far has talked about the pros and cons of the topography. I just don't believe that putting an additional structure of this size, this close to the road, and there's no choice because of the topography, does anything but destroy the spatial relationships. And second, in 6109D, it says the commission may authorize new construction, which is complementary and secondary to the historic structure. And again, I don't believe this addition does. So in the conclusion, I just sort of asked myself, what if this were my neighborhood? And I would be much like all the neighbors who have weighed in on this. I think they've been articulate and consistent. And I think I really respect that. The second point is what defines neighborhood character? This is a narrow, curvy street, home set back from the road, extensive landscaping and trees. And despite all that the applicant has presented us, and again, I think they've been very responsive, it's not enough. And therefore, I'm not in favor of this application.
Thank you. And thank you also for making my comments shorter, because I echoed some of your sentiments. I think all told, I've spent probably 2 hours driving around this neighborhood and thinking in terms of the 6109 standards, and specifically what Mr. Hardman referenced about spatial relationships, as well as the 6109 addresses the entire property, not just the structures on it. And this neighborhood and its streets is indeed characterized by many gracious, lovely old homes, but they are set back far from the street with a high, often a very large expanse of lawn going towards the street or extensive landscaping. There are some accessory structures right near the street, and there are also newer homes that are built with significantly lower setbacks, but the historic character of the neighborhood is one of extensive setbacks. And I believe that's the spatial relationship to which Mr. Hardman was referring. And of these open spaces, landscaped areas. So I believe that the proposal does not meet the historic character in and of itself of the neighborhood. At the same time, denying the HO, not granting it would mean, as Mr. Hardman and everyone else pointed out, that there's no protection. But we've raised this topic in the community, and the answer has basically been that the character of the neighborhood itself, in terms of how it's laid out, is more important. So where I come out is that this is not fully in keeping with the standards laid out for us in 6109. And I would like to echo also great appreciation for the effort that the applicant has made for this application, how much thoughtful work has gone into it, and how much of an attempt to find a good common ground has been made. But I think the nature of it does not. So that's where I end up. And I would say that unless you want to have, does anybody want to add to those points that we've all made? Hearing no response, Mr. McRae,
Mhm.
do you want to make a motion to approve to move forward this HO? Katie, you want to say something?
No, sorry, I was just counting the members. For some reason, I had it in my head that Victoria was on, but I counted you had 5. Sorry.
Sorry, I always do that right at the last minute too.
Yeah.
Okay, are they all there?
Yeah.
So, Mr. McRae, since some people were kind of betwixt and between, I'm not totally clear how it'll go. So maybe a motion to move this forward and approve it would be the logical step. Does everybody, okay, let's give that a shot, Mr. McRae.
Okay. My notes together here. Whereas the applicant of 21 Calhoun Drive LLC for zoning map amendment, PLPZ 2019-00474. The applicant, whereas the applicant seeks a zoning map amendment to rezone a 1.8 acre property located at 21 Calhoun Drive from the RA1 to the RA1 HO zone. The commission finds that the applicant has satisfied the procedure for HO zone designation as outlined under section 6109B2 by providing significant background on the existing structure and its original owner and relevance in Greenwich history. The proposal was referred to the Historic District Commission for comment as provided under section 6109B1 and 3, excuse me. The HDC has submitted a letter dated 4/30/20 endorsing their recommendation for the application for HO designation. It is also noted that the endorsement of the HO designation was received by the president of the Historic Properties of Greenwich Group. Therefore, a motion to approve the application for a zoning map amendment to rezone a 1.8 acre property located at 21 Calhoun Drive in the RA1 to the RA1 HO zone.
And can I just add, obviously there's 2 separate votes. One would be for the
Yes,
HO.
this is only for the HO.
Yes.
But having said that, I do think, just for the record, it's important to note that the regulation does require that when you come in with the HO, that you have an associated final site plan and special permit. So we'll wait and see how the vote goes. But I do want it to just be noted that it's specific, this HO specific to the associated site plan and special permit.
Okay.
Okay.
Do I have a second for this motion?
Second.
Mr. Fox has seconded. I'm going to take the vote by name. Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy votes aye. Mr. Hardman, how do you vote?
He's
Ms.
muted.
Harmon, you're
He's muted. Mr. Fox, how do you vote?
Yay.
I have 2 ayes. Mr. Hardman, how do you vote? You're muted. Can you unmute? We need your voice vote. Can you unmute?
He's trying, he said.
I know. Huh,
I was having trouble too, so.
I know. Pat, I can't fix it. Oh, there he goes. You're good.
I vote no. Opposed?
I also vote nay. Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Okay, so we have 3 ayes and 2 nays. The motion fails to carry. At this point, since the motion has failed to carry, we should go ahead and make the motion anyway on the site plan.
Did we want to do a negative on this as well?
Well, can I ask, let me just ask a question. That's where I was saying that the HO is related to that site plan. So we've heard the comments from the opposers. Is there, it doesn't sound to me that there was a way to amend the site plan, meaning a smaller house. It sounded like just the location was wrong and all of that, but I think I would just like to hear that before the motion.
Oh, good idea.
If correct on that. In other words, since I wouldn't ask this if there wasn't a split vote, of course, but under a split vote, if there's a way to come up with an amendment that would change minds, I'm just throwing that out there.
In a zoning, so yes, but I think that we've each said, Katie, that this proposal has been amended many times and fails to meet the intent that was the opposers. I don't think, I mean, we have voted that way. I'm not sure where you're going, to be honest.
Well, you've answered my question. So it doesn't sound like there's any amendment that would change your mind or Mr. Hartman's mind at this stage. So to that point, Mr. McRae, I think you're right to just proceed with the negative vote. Yeah.
So you would go ahead, Mr. McRae, and then you would go with the negative vote.
Yep.
Okay, on this negative on the HO?
No,
Or
we could
proceed.
On the site plan.
On
Okay,
the
very
site
good.
plan.
Okay,
because
very
it
good.
failed to carry, there's only one option for the site plan at this point.
Okay,
That's why I said negative on that one.
great. For 21 Calhoun Drive LLC, final site plan, PLPZ 2019 472 and 473. Applicant is seeking site plan and special permit approval to remove a detached garage, construct a new single-family residence, and provide a facade easement to preserve and protect an exterior of the existing dwelling. HO, the applicant has not been granted an HO designation for the property as outlined under section 6109B2. Seeing that, therefore, the motion to approve the application for final site plan and special permit should be denied, as the applicant has not received the proper HO overlay zone map amendment.
Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Fox, how do you vote?
Aye.
Fox votes aye. Mr. Hardman, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Mr. McRae?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. And with that, we have a 5-0 approval on the denial of the site plan, or favorable vote on the denial of the site plan. Thank you very much, everybody. Our next item.
See you later.
Yes, before we go to that, Mr. Fox is now going to leave, and Mr. Yeski will be seated on the next item, as well as for the rest of the hopefully not too long evening. The next item is Renamba Greenwich LLC for a discussion item on a proposal for an assisted living facility. And this would be a creation of an overlay zone for an assisted living facility, as well as a development itself. And with that, is the applicant ready to speak? I had my cursor on
Yes.
him. Okay. Hello, Mr. Cohen. How are you?
Very, very well, Ms. Alvin. I guess you can hear me.
Yes, that's much better than the last time.
Good. I will then get started if that's okay. This is a pre-application review So it is a discussion item. This is being brought to you tonight under the state statute, section 7-159B, which provides for such a review. You've done it a couple of times before, as you know, and the purpose of this is to show you what we're proposing on an important, fairly large project, and with the concept of getting direction one way or another, the commission, so that if this generally looks like a direction that you would like the applicant to take, we'll take your comments and move forward with it. Otherwise, we of course won't. There are two purposes of the review tonight that's before you. One is to ask you to review a new assisted living facility regulation, which incorporates the state statute that governs and licenses and provides licensing for assisted living facilities. And the other purpose is to present a very general concept plan for such an assisted living facility, be located on a parcel of land at the end of Old Track Road, which has for a number of years been used as a contractor's yard. With me tonight to help in our presentation is Peter Tessie, the former first selectman, who I asked to address you a little bit about his experience in reviewing with the Board of Selectmen the concept of Greenwich as an aging friendly community with the guidance of the Commission on Aging. Also with me to talk about the specifics of the proposed development is the project architect, Brad Perkins, the founding partner of the firm of Perkins Eastman. And that firm and Mr. Perkins has considerable experience in the assisted living industry. I want to talk a little bit at the beginning about the basis of our new regulation that we're proposing. I think, as everybody knows, folks in Greenwich who require the services of an assisted living facility do not have one in Greenwich. They go out of town. They go to places like Edge Hill and the Osborne in Rye. They also go to another facility that my client has created and operates in Scarsdale, called the Ambassador at Scarsdale. In the briefing session that I listened in on yesterday, Mr. Yeski raised the important question of should we be able to demonstrate the need for this kind of facility sufficient to justify the Commission enacting a new regulation. Certainly the POCD recognizes that need because of a specific objective that the POCD has to promote age-friendly housing options in or near commercial areas in town, and to develop regulations for assisted living facilities. In other words, there was sufficient need demonstrated by all of the parties that participated in putting together the 2019 POCD to justify kind of highlighting ALFs as an objective. My client, who operates this assisted living facility, as I said, in Westchester, has 5 Greenwich residents right now in Scarsdale. And it's one of the reasons that has motivated him to look to this site to develop an additional one. And of course, when he came to me and talked about this, I told him that Greenwich does not have a regulation like this, but I thought the time was right to propose it, and that's what we're talking about tonight. Also with me, in addition to Mr. Tessie and Mr. Perkins, is the force behind this development, Mr. Hamza Sharma, who's with me to answer any questions that you may have about how this operates. Let me talk for just a minute about the new regulation itself. It creates an overlay zone. An overlay zone is something that Greenwich has recognized in the past. We already have a number of overlay zones. We've got HO zones, for example. We've got a number of PhD zones, the most relevant being the RPHDE zone in Greenwich, which is directed to the elderly. And the reason that that doesn't fit into the assisted living model is because it is available only to the housing authority or to nonprofit sponsors, such as, for example, Hill House. And it's a very useful tool, but it doesn't provide the kind of facilities that a lot of Greenwich residents who have gone to places like the Osborne and Edgehill and the Ambassador in Scarsdale are necessarily looking for. So the regulation that we're proposing tonight is not something that just came out of whole cloth. It's completely based upon the state statute that governs assisted living facilities and the regulations that have been enacted under it, which are extensive and govern a number of assisted living facilities throughout the state. It's kind of important to talk a little bit about the regulation as it reflects the state statute. I think, Ms. Albin, you raised a point yesterday, a good point about what the statutory language was. In other words, is this a managed residential community or an assisted living facility? You've got to sort of parse your way through the language of the statute. The statute is chapter 368 B of the general statutes, and the regulations under that are under section 19-13D. But basically, there are very clear definitions that are provided in the statute for what assisted living facilities are, what a managed residential community is. Basically, the structure, Ms. Alvin, is that this would be governed and licensed as a managed residential community. However, managed residential communities must provide assisted living facilities, services, and those are spelled out very, very clearly. For example, the assisted living facilities, the core services as defined in the regulation and as reflected in the regulation we're presenting you are some of which are as follows. There must be a regularly scheduled meal service for 3 meals a day. There must be regularly scheduled laundry service. There must be regularly scheduled transportation for shopping, social and recreational events, and healthcare appointments. There must be regularly scheduled housekeeping service, maintenance services, and programs of social and recreational opportunities, which for a facility like this are extensive. And I have, and could present to the staff if you care to see it, a schedule of the kind of services that are offered at the Mr. Sharma's facility in Scarsdale. They're extensive. They're, movies, lectures, outings, exercise classes, games, things to really provide some interest in being around there. And in addition, a unique facility, which is a unique requirement that's reflected in the regulation, is that an assisted living facility must provide common use space sufficient in size to accommodate 50% of the tenant population. In other words, large spaces are not only desirable, they're really mandated by the proposed regulation. So as I say, the regulation that we're proposing follows the statute, may only be, the overlay zone under this regulation may only be landed upon a piece of property in the GB or GBO zone. And that's intentional. The idea is that this kind of facility really is not necessarily appropriate for the backcountry zones or residential zones in general, nor are the facilities that are of interest to the residents, downtown shopping, healthcare, transportation, films, that sort of thing, available except in the downtown zones. I think at this point, I'd like to talk a little bit before I ask Mr. Perkins to talk about the specifics of the site that we have in mind for this kind of facility. I'd like to ask Peter Tessie if he's here. Peter, are you there?
There are two Peters that have no last name. I'm going to try one of them and see if that's the right one. And Pat, if not, there's another one that's still in the.
Yeah, there's a Peter with his hand up, so I think that's the Peter that we are.
Okay, I'm going to bring that one down, then we'll switch them around.
I wanted Peter just to address the issue of, just to describe his experience, particularly toward the end of his days as first select, in dealing with the Commission on Aging's initiative for an age-friendly Greenwich. Peter?
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Madam Chairman Albin and commissioners. It's a real pleasure to be with you this evening to speak on behalf of Renamba Greenwich LLC and in support of the application for the proposed assisted living facility. Over the course of my tenure in office and prior to being first selectman, I'm very keenly aware of the interests on behalf of individuals, entities to bring assisted living to Greenwich. Predating my time as first selectman in the 90s, I was part of a homeowners association who felt very strongly at that time that no development should occur on King Street. And we were very short-sighted in our opposition to developments that in some cases included facilities similar to this. And in turn, we wound up with, in future years, more higher trafficked developments, primarily educational institutions. So having had that as a backdrop, and then serving in office and having had a number of folks come forward to consider doing something like this, all, if I recall, were in the backcountry, and all were looking to take large tracts of land as part of estates and develop for that purpose. There were many frailties with that, of course, in terms of change of character to neighborhood, lack of utility, and inconsistency with town character. What is important to point out in terms of this proposal in the POCD, which at its very heart says, it's a unifier, and I like that. It's the POCD brings together the unique responsibilities of the various town entities, in this case, you as the planning function and land use, but the Commission on Aging, who is looking to address the needs of our ever-increasing older population, and advocating for housing options for these residents. This particular proposal, I think, uniquely addresses that. It is consistent with the POCD. It's situated in an area that I think lends itself with access to various amenities that folks may rely upon, such as the hospital, the library, and medical offices. So in terms of looking at the town and where we are in 2020, I think we finally come together as a planning function, as the Commission on Aging with Age-Friendly and Dementia-Friendly Greenwich. This was an initiative that began in 2018. It was very assertive and engaging input from residents through a survey. I believe there was 1,800 responses. And through that process, it became abundantly clear, and I think you all know this as well, that one of the most significant areas of concern was finding housing options for all income levels, so to allow people who are aging to live in Greenwich. And this is the one area in which Mr. Sharma proposes where I think we have been deficient in not having capacity. So to me, this is falling clearly parallel to the need identified in the POCD, age-friendly Greenwich, and is situated in a site that, again, from a elected official point of view, brought a lot of consternation from the neighborhood through the years. At one time, there was a sincere effort to try to remove some of the debris that had accumulated there through a rock crushing operation. And again, neighbors were opposed to that. So it's removing really an industrial use, bringing in a residential use. And while not necessarily a prime concern for the P&Z, but I know other governing bodies, this is a for-profit enterprise that will be contributing to the town's tax base. So I think we have the foundations for a very significant enhancement for the betterment of the town, but particularly for our older residents. And it will put us in a prideful position that, like those who came before us, all of us on the call today, will have an option to stay in Greenwich. It's somewhat disheartening when I think of the number of people I serve with on town boards, Val Storms, Ann Isaacson, who all moved across the road to Stanford because they didn't have an option here. And so I think this really solidifies our standing that we're looking out for the interests of all our residents by making assisted living in a dementia facility available.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you very
And
much.
I wonder if you could put on the first image. Before
Mr.
sorry,
Cohen,
Ms.
just one point of clarification. We're
Sure.
talking interchangeably about the Ambassador and Edge Hill, but Edge Hill is a CCRC and the Ambassador is in fact an assisted living facility. So I think it's not apples and apples when we throw in Edge Hill, because people who would move to Edge Hill might want non-assisted. They may be going in for independent, and we are not meeting that need in Greenwich yet. And so that even with this application, that remains, even with this proposal in mind, that would still remain an open, in my mind, a great need in Greenwich as well for independent senior living. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Which I'm not suggesting you do, but I just think we should be clear. I mean, you could if.
I agree that the CCRC regulation needs some looking at.
No, I'm saying Edge Hill is a
But
CCRC.
you're right.
My point is that from a statutory point of view, that is a CCRC. I'm sadly quite familiar with these regulations in the statutes. Go ahead. So go ahead. You were going to proceed.
I was. Before we get into, before I ask Mr. Perkins to talk a little bit about this, let me just point out that the Ambassador in New Rochelle is an assisted living facility. It is regulated as such.
It's Edge Hill that
and
I'm saying is not, Mr. Cohen. Edge Hill is a CCRC.
Yeah, right.
And the Ambassador, is an assisted living facility. You know, you had given us the information that Mr. Sharma had it, so we've all been looking at it over the weekend.
At the Ambassador.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing because this in many ways will be similar to the ambassador. And in fact, the members of the Commission on Aging have been to the ambassador
Great.
with Mr. Sherman, take a look at it and looked at the regulation as well. And I think liked what they saw by way of the operation there. But you know, if we move forward with this, they can get more specifically involved. The the fact that we've got in effect a model in Scarsdale, I think is very helpful because there's a lot of data that we have from the operation at Scarsdale, which has been operating up until the recent pandemic at full capacity since it opened. At the Scarsdale, there are a total of 115 units. The proposal, the conceptual proposal that we're showing tonight has roughly the same 130. At the Scarsdale, the population has ranged between 80 to 104 years old, a lot older population than I would have guessed. There are 150 employees at the ambassador for 3 shifts. So it's very highly staffed. Many activities going on that require staff involvement. I asked Mr. Sharman to tell me how many of the residents drive, and he said that there are only 4 drivers in their entire population. Pat, if you could show that first image again, I'd like to talk a little bit about the location before I ask Mr. Perkins to jump in. Pat, how do we do this so we can see the rest of Old Track Road? Is there a way to do this?
Well, that would have been the image that you submitted.
It is, but what I'm looking at on the right of my screen is me and you and Mr. Levy and Mr. McBride.
Oh, I can fix that. Hold on.
Mr. Cohen, that's just your settings in the environment.
I may be able to change it. Well, no.
Oh, you think I can change that?
Yes.
You could
Can
move that
everybody
with
see?
You may not be able to.
I'm still seeing you.
Mr. Cohen, what we're seeing is the full image of the first slide from Prospect all the way over to the end of Old
So
Track.
on your screen, Mr. McBride, can you see the site all the way over to the right?
Yes.
Yes,
Pretty much.
upper right-hand corner.
Mine is
Yes.
is hidden by your faces, but that's okay as long as you can see it. I know what it looks like. And I've got a copy of it right in front of me. So this is Old Track Road coming off of the beginning of Hamilton Avenue in Greenwich. The Old Track Road, as I knew it, was always kind of a grungy industrial place, and the only reason I'd go there is when I bought paint at McDermott's. That has since changed pretty dramatically, in large part thanks to Mr. Ferrari, who's built the apartments, which were approved not very long. You can see in the right-hand proportion of the image, that's the J-Loft apartments. There are 4 stories there. Total, that together with the Equinox facility and some office space that's occupied by CNG constitutes about 120,000 square feet of mixed-use space. In the J-Loft building, there are 65 units, 8 of which are moderate income. To the right of that is a parking facility, which has alleviated a lot of the parking problems that had existed. Further down to the left on the south side of Old Track Road is the parking lot that Lexus owns. And then the next site over, 2.5 acres of triangle, is the old DeLuca construction yard, which basically still remains in the same condition, and that is the parcel that we're talking about. Old Track Road is well known to everybody. You've seen other applications on Old Track Road. It's in central Greenwich in the GB zone. And now, Pat, is it possible to go through the next images? And I'd like to introduce Brad Perkins to the commission. Brad, are you there? Anybody there?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Perkins. He's there.
I was trying to unmute. Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, and thank you for making time for us to present tonight.
Turn his volume up.
Okay, maybe I just need to get closer to my speaker. Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So as Mr. Cohen said, this is at the end of Old Track Road is this 2.5 acre site. And when Mr. Sharma identified this as a potential site, he did ask me to do a conceptual design to test whether the site could suitably be the site for what he envisioned, which is which I know you have all received the concept drawings that my office did, and I can just briefly take you through them and then show you a very similar project, which is the Ambassador at Scarsdale, and show you the what that looks like, and as well as how it functions inside and what it looks like inside. So if we could just, so this, as you have these, but this does put most of the parking underground, 39 of the 45 spaces. Generally speaking, and we've done over 600 senior living communities around the US and some other countries, but in assisted living, even though the Scarsdale facility does have 4 residents who are still drivers, and most of the ones we've done, they're really at that age group, there are usually no drivers. But anyway, so all this and the back of the house is in the basement, and the service is behind the building, facing on the side of the railroad tracks. Go to the next one. So the ground floor, you come to the entrance, and under a porte cochere. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a blow up of it. This is again, the parking level in the back of the house. Can we go to the next slide? All right. So we're extending Old Track Road to to a porte cochere. One enters, and as you are met by a receptionist, concierge, you can see through into the main formal dining room. There's also an informal bistro, and off to the right there are many of the amenity spaces for the 100 assisted living residents. To the left, in addition to a wellness center where staffed by a nurse, is our 2 houses of 15 residents each, built around a central courtyard. And this is the memory care, or the memory care wing of this, and as it is in the Scarsdale facility. Can we go to the next? The 3 floors above are all assisted living units, and each of them, almost all of them, are 1 bedroom. Each has, of course, its own fully accessible bathroom, and as well as a kitchenette. These are designed to be, to be appropriate for for Greenwich, which, and would not be as small as you might find in some other communities, including in Stanford. So there are three of these floors. The top floor, which of course has views out to the Sound, has also a porch and its own special lounge. So there are, as I said, a total of 100 of these units and 30 in the memory care wing. So with that, and we had provided a couple of conceptual images of what the building might look like. Maybe just bring up the rendering. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess
That's good.
this,
Yeah.
okay. So this is the Ambassador in Scarsdale.
Mhm.
If you come down the Merritt and it turns into the Hutch, and then at North Avenue, there is a I'm sorry, Mariner, you
Yeah.
get off and there's Saxonwood Park, and this is a parcel of land that sticks into the park. It sits next to a church, and but otherwise it's one of a very small sliver of Scarsdale that on that side of the park, just off the Hutchinson River Parkway. Okay, so this is as you coming to the end. I'm
Question,
sorry.
how many units are in that building?
It's 115.
Okay.
But we are adding six more units to the memory care wing because of their, in this age group, that is one of the underserved aspects of the assisted living options in this part of, in this region. So as you approach, there a covered porte cochere for the entrance. And then you enter there. Can you go to the next slide? And there are terraces. I mean, it's quite a pretty site with considered mature landscape, and of course the park on two sides of it, and the church on the other. Ethical culture.
Right.
Keep going, please. Now, this is, again, the back side of the facility. Keep going. And courtyard, this is an early shot. The landscape has matured, but this is a protected courtyard which permits the residents from in the memory care wing to get outside. So as you enter, you can see the light area is the main entrance. You're greeted by a receptionist, and there's one of the informal seating areas in front of you that looks out at the landscaped area behind the facility. If you turn right, there are several other activity spaces down there, which I'll come to in a second, but it also takes you down to some of the ground floor residential units. Can we go to the next slide? Just want to take you briefly through what some of this too has a formal dining option and a bistro. This is the bistro for more informal dining. Going, please. This is the formal dining room. Please go. And there's a library. Next. And a informal seating area around a fireplace. And then there is space set up for performances, whether it's music or lectures, and it's a big, Mr. Sharma has developed a very rich program of activities. And on the other side of that space with the fireplace is a game room for cards and for pool. This is, I apologize
Beauty
for this.
salon.
Yeah, beauty salon. I apologize for the quality of this photo.
Okay.
And there's a movie theater. And then this was conceptual, when we did the concept plans for testing the old track road site, this was the character that we developing, somewhat similar to the one in Scarsdale. I think that's the last. Well, these are elevations. I always hesitant to show elevations because they.
You've got architects here, so you can be at ease that we won't
Okay.
we won't get too lost.
Yeah.
Okay. I think
That's
that's good, Patrick, for now.
Thank you.
Yes, we don't need any more slides.
Mr. Cohen, I have some comments for you on the proposed regulation itself. And I had spent so much time thinking about this that I've actually written them. So I'm going to read them to you, and then I'm happy if staff concurs, I can share them. I do agree with you. I've heard the same thing as Peter Tessie mentioned, that there is indeed a need for this type of facility in Greenwich. And I would like to support the applicant in moving forward, and therefore I'm offering some input regarding specifically the proposed regulation. In order to provide you with these comments, I've looked at how this type of facility is handled by 6 different affluent or comparably sized towns in Connecticut. I did not have enough time over the weekend to read more regulations. It was a fascinating process, but I did get through 6 towns. And first, I would like to mention that overall, your proposed regulation appears to have been well researched and has some very solid components. And I'm not going to touch on those at this time. That's enough compliments for now. So instead, I'm going to address the most important issue, that of density and of FAR. The proposed regulation would allow a residential FAR of 0.9 and a total FAR of 1.15 in a zone with an underlying FAR of 0.5. So that's pretty much double the underlying FAR. And 4 stories are also allowed in this proposal. Of the towns I reviewed, none offers an FAR bonus for a market rate assisted living facility. Those towns that use FAR seem to have a maximum of about 0.35 for this type of facility. The buildings are generally limited to 2.5 to 3 stories. Towns with inclusionary zoning require a % of below market units without increasing the allowed size of the facilities. One town that I found does grant additional units above what would normally be allowed in proportion to affordable ones that are included in the proposal. Greenwich's existing residential planned housing design elderly zone allows for a 0.9 FAR with 4 stories. But it is worth emphasizing that a proposal in this zone can only be submitted by the housing authority and would therefore be geared towards affordability and not be market rate. I also note that the hospital H1 zone in Greenwich allows an FAR of 1.25, but this use that you are proposing does not require as much infrastructure. I recognize that land in Greenwich is likely higher priced than in the rest of the state. Nevertheless, I would have an expectation that a market rate community would recover its investment through pricing rather than through a volume incentive granted by the town. For these reasons, I recommend that the applicant reconsider the proposed max FAR of 1.15 with a single 4-story, 47.5-foot high building. In so doing, I note that the underlying FAR of the GB and GBO zones is 0.5, which is already more generous than that provided in other Connecticut communities. I strongly suggest that the applicant work within the existing Greenwich regulations for a 3-story building with a maximum height of 40 feet. In so doing, I also note that the Ambassador in Scarsdale appears to be only 3 stories. I also found some towns in Connecticut restrict the number of units that can be done in a single building. In addition, towns seem to generally require a minimum number of square feet of outdoor space per unit. Now that differs across the towns, but there is a specific amount of outdoor square feet per unit that is in the regulations for some of the towns. These 2 provisions seem very good in terms of enabling isolation and social distancing to be able to separate the buildings. But the minimum outdoor space provision is important regardless of social distancing, as it serves to enhance resident quality of life. I suggest the applicant revise the proposed regulation to incorporate both of these ideas. As you mentioned, some of the towns I reviewed actually do categorize assisted living facilities as managed residential communities and as falling within the state statutes for such. The applicant has in fact incorporated this wording already, and I would suggest that the overlay zone be defined as a managed residential community. I ask you this because there are important provisions in the state statute, not only regarding services, as you mentioned, but also regarding resident rights, contracts, and access. As regards the priority of occupancy for the initial offering to be for Greenwich people, although I applaud your civic mindedness, I believe that it is not an appropriate step to restrict a market rate facility in this manner. It would be a different matter if the proposal incorporated or it was directed to below market rate units. The last point that I would like to address in my comments is that of parking requirements. From what I have seen, 1 for every 3 assisted living units seems to be fairly standard. I did not come across the standard for memory care residents, but I expect there is ample data available from our traffic consultants. So directionally, your parking seems satisfactory. We would need to verify that. So the key points are market rate units. I'm not seeing any kind of FAR bonus anywhere. You would have to convince us that we are that different. If you look at our grand list per capita values, they're about 25% above one of the towns, the highest town after us. And I would believe that you would be able to recover your investment through alternate pricing. So the FAR question, the number of stories remain consistent with the underlying zone, and the number that you reconsider a large building with all the units. And that's it. And I'm happy to forward them through staff. They do not have a copy of this at this time, as I was finishing it this afternoon. So those are my comments. People, do you want to add anything else?
Yes, please. In reviewing the application, actually, I came across a couple of questions and understanding this is the pre-application. These are not necessarily in any kind of order and don't need to be answered, right now. Looking at the garage plan, I noticed there were tandem spaces, a good number of tandem spaces in the garage. I need to have some kind of an explanation how that works, why that works, and why that's an optimal situation. I read through how the layout works for parking in terms of the unit breakdown, but I need some more information on visitor parking. It would seem that it would be advantageous to have numerous visitors at the site. And if we're looking at only 1 per 3 units, that kind of thing, I'm not too sure if that's going to be enough. In thinking of the size to land area, this is part of the, I think it's section E, I and double I. It's talking about, let me pull it up here. It's talking about specific amount of land area per unit. I guess I says number of units permitted determined by requiring 750 square feet of land area per unit. Square footage for individual units, not less than, I hope it's 450 square feet of land per unit. I'm just curious as to, is there an optimal lot size that makes a proposal like this viable?
They
And
just
looking
make
at,
less units,
well, that's the question I would have.
not our
At,
business.
at what point, looking at the GBO zones, do we have enough land to support just a simple application like this? The hierarchy of the offerings to the tenants, this is section E, I guess it's 4. It talks about town residents, spouse, so on and so forth, then all others. And that's actually, who controls that list? And then what happens after, it says during the developer's initial offering period? What happens after the offering period?
But
I
Nick,
think that's, yeah.
wouldn't you agree though that if you're going to go full market rate, that having it restricted to
Oh, yeah,
town?
yeah, but I
Okay.
it's talking about the language here of this text
Okay,
amendment.
yeah, I'm just thinking I
yeah.
would take that out completely if they're going to go to full market rate
Uh-huh.
across the board.
Again, as you had said, Madam Chairman, outdoor space, 4-story building, 20 feet for a yard, that kind of thing. I did have a question specifically as to the building I'm looking at here, but even others, is how the interior courtyard around the memory care can be addressed and to address section 6148 about courtyards. It's one of those things in our regulations that, when we look at large buildings comes to mind. Specifically, it says in buildings of 3 stories and over, exclusively used for residential purposes, inner courts are not permitted. I think that would be contrary to what we're seeing here, a 4-story building with an inner courtyard. I understand from my personal experience that the inner courtyard or a contained area for memory care is a critical aspect of the design. But it would seem to me that this is actually one of the most important things to take a look at, seeing as our regulation prohibits large buildings like that. And again, I agree with what the Madam Chair was talking about, actually, the FAR. What was interesting to me is that it starts off with the statement, the total floor area used for the dwelling units purposes shall not exceed 0.9. It just starts, we're going to start right out of the block, 0.9 no matter what. And it goes on, I think we're talking about actually communal purposes, dining rooms, so on and so forth, an additional floor area. If we're looking at a proposal and it comes in at 0.9 and they're looking for additional FAR for these communal purposes, do we have a control? What happens if they want to add more units and take up that communal space? That's something that really should be addressed as part of looking at this language for the text amendment. I understand that the design of any building actually for this type of development is all encompassing in terms of everything that's happening for this archetype. But I believe we really need to take a look at how the text amendment relates into a real-time application, not necessarily for this particular site, but for other sites as well.
That's a great point. In other words, and somebody raised that at the briefing as well, is how, what do the other GBOs look like?
Exactly. Looking at the map, where do we have a large
Mhm,
GBGBO site where
mhm.
this could be supported. Um, that's either not developed or ready for redevelopment. And I think that's kind of an interesting aspect to take a look at. Um, I would be concerned that we're actually looking at a text amendment that applies to this particular property only. But how does it happen? How do we do it with others that are available or could be available? And
I could also add to your comments, Mr. McRae, that other communities do have these in their residential zones. I think it's the right step to start in the GBGBO in Greenwich because this is a large thing for Greenwich, and I think that's a correct decision. And I didn't add that other communities do have them in their residential zones. But this issue of the FAR, of doubling the FAR for a full market rate community is inconsistent with practice in the rest of the state. Okay, Mr. Yeski, were you done? I'm sorry, Mr. McRae.
I think the only other issue is I think with confining it to the GBGBO zones, actually, to me, is the proper move because I think that's actually providing public transit routes to the facilities, which I think would actually be a very critical aspect for people who are working there, maybe even tenants who'd like to get out and about, but having access to bus routes, walking distance to a train, that kind of thing actually is a critical aspect that really should be looked at.
Okay, Mr. Yeski, you were waving your hand around.
I was. Let me back us up a little bit because I think what this pre-application is all about is giving feedback, and I might come at it from a different perspective.
Good.
Mr. Cohen, you're absolutely right that we wrote in the POCD, and it's not the first time that the town really needs to take a hard look at all of its healthcare and particularly assisted living. You're absolutely right that we've had a deficiency. I think Mr. Tessie mentions that. And Mr. Perkins did a good job of describing the facilities. And I guess the way I view it is there's a reason why we're deficient in town, which is all the stuff we just talked about. We can find a lot of reasons not to do this kind of a project. It certainly violates a lot of our zoning. On the other hand, if it was easy, it would have been done by now, quite frankly. And I'm not being flippant. I'm trying to say that when we wrote that in the POCD, we were well aware of all these groups coming to us and saying, this has been going on for a long time. So what you now have is a project, and I want to encourage you strongly to keep going on this project, but listen to all the comments. I mean, this is a case where you've got a site, and I want to come back to some small items. I visited the site today and also drove by the Ambassador. I didn't go on the site because I didn't have a get out of jail pass that the commissioners are issued. So I refused to go on and said, do not trespass. But
I'm sure somebody would have let you. Go ahead.
Well, there was two guys there looking at me,
Okay.
and I was worried. And,
Well, I'm sure Mr. Cohen could have fixed it
yeah.
for you.
But yeah, maybe they could have. But I didn't want to go to jail. I really see this as a project. It's kind of a pioneering project. You're asking for a lot, and you know that when you propose new regulations, our experience has been that the applicant asks for the moon in the sky. And we usually come back and say, let's look at the site. And, going on Ms. Albin's comments, I think you ought to seriously look at what you're asking for, particularly as a market rate, maybe consider some other form of that. But nevertheless, I don't want to discourage you. I mean, that's the whole idea. I think you're right on the objectives. I'm not sure you're right on the incentives. Have to look at it. It's very site specific. If you've been following the commission the last year, there are certain sites that were very encouraging, very large incentives, and there's others that we are not because we don't think that the resulting product is justified. I went down to this site today. It's a bit remote. I know, is it Mr. Sharma? Is the owner Mr. Sharma? That's his name?
Yes, he is.
I know he's got experience at the Ambassador and others, but this site is a tough site. Someone described a pretty site. I would agree. The Ambassador is a pretty site. It's in a park. It's beautiful, except for one area of the traffic. This is not in a park. So coming back to an earlier comment, yes, I think there's a need, but I'd love to see some data on that. We had asked the hospital for this kind of data to show us what they want to build. Not that that's a regulatory requirement. It is not. I'm always reminded of that. But the fact is, it goes a long way to show the need in the community. I think the need's there. I don't have the data. It's been my experience, and now I have to confess, I've been an investor in some of these, that whoever builds these and develops them, they know their markets inside and out. Now, I'm not asking you to give confidential information, but it'd be nice to show the need in Greenwich. The people, I think it's an easy case to make, but it would be nice if we had some real data as opposed to just assuming the POCD said we need it at that point in time. The site, wow, it's gonna be a tough site. I also drove around up to Hamilton Avenue and back around on that cliff. You know, there's a whole cliff up there and everything. There's a lot of housing projects. And you mentioned the neighbors objecting to a prior use, rock crushing, which I can understand. I don't think the height here may or may not be an issue, but you know, it's not in a neighborhood, absolutely, but it is next to a bunch of neighbors. And it's a tough site. It's not gonna be an ambassador kind of site, quite frankly. I'm not as worried about traffic. At one little point, I couldn't get in the road. I don't know, have you been there recently? There's abandoned trucks all over the place. You can't get in the site. Is that a private road from certain parts, or do they have to remove? This is a minor item, not a major item. I'm going from big to small. Is that a private road back in there that you're gonna have to clear out at this stage?
Katie, do you know that?
Yes, it is it is owned by Mr. Ferrari, and there are easements and access rights of the property owners to traverse the road, etc. But it is privately owned. I don't know whose trucks, I mean, I don't know, I haven't been there in a while, so I'm not sure whose trucks those are.
I guess
There's a dozen abandoned trucks. You can barely get in. That's why I stopped getting in. I'm assuming that kind of stuff you have to work on. It's not a major comment.
I think those are, I had heard actually at one point that there complained about those trucks that Mr. Ferrari was storing them there. So I don't know if that's true or not, but that's the speculation.
It's a small item. It goes to my site concerns, which is even if we have the need and everything, and we can get back to the incentives, it's a tough site to build in. And you know, it's not in a park. It's next to the train tracks, between the train tracks and a rock ledge. So tough site, but I assume Mr. Sharma knows his market, and I would love to see some of that at this point in time. Other than that, I guess I'm sounding a lot more sympathetic for you to move forward, but you've got to go look at the incentives because yes, we like the objectives, but we're not wild about some of the incentives that you're asking for.
Mr. Hardman, would you like to make some comments?
Sure, and I'll be very brief. Look, I think this.
As Dennis Nick and I weren't. Go ahead,
I was
Mr. Hardman.
briefer than you. but
No,
that
I was very
wonderful.
long. I had a written thing. Go ahead, Mr. Hardman.
I think, as Dennis pointed out, this is a land use that, you know, we should support in town. I think there is a big need for various sorts of senior living options, this being one. And I just encourage the applicant. I think we've voiced our concerns about the degree of incentives, but I think the direction here, and I actually think this location is quite good for something that would be a little more dense than would be appropriate in other parts of town. Thanks.
By the way, I agree with that, Dave. I didn't get to that, but it's if you drive by the Equinox, this building looks a lot like the Equinox, which is much denser, and I agree. It's just a tough location to build in and next to the train tracks and that sort of thing. But no, I agree.
But as Nick pointed out, once you've created an overlay zone and it has standards in it and regulations in it, you can now do that same FAR anytime you do that overlay zone. Just saying, that's what Nick put out there. And that's why Nick was saying, where is this? Where can it? And the point is, so this one, you might not notice a big building, but the next guy comes in and you say, no, you can't do it. When we've done that to people and they don't, it's tough.
Right.
I'd like to have something we could apply across the board that made sense. And again, I throw that out there. and maybe there's a town somewhere that is giving incentives. So I would love to see any town, towns that are, what are they doing? How are they structuring it? Are they asking for, affordables? Are they asking for workforce, moderate income, that kind of thing? So Dave, is that it? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You're good.
Yes. thank you.
Okay.
Mrs. Chairman, before we move on, I want
Mrs.
to
Chairman, I keep changing names.
Sorry about that. I have
I'm married to Mr. Chairman. I don't know where he is.
something that Mr. Hardman and Mr. Yeski brought up, tough site, that kind of thing. I think actually one of the aspects, I didn't want to kind of get into this because we're talking kind of big picture, but a little bit of minutia. There is an awful lot of intense vehicular traffic in the uses that are on Old Track Road already. You have the gym, you have the apartment complex, the paint store, you have a storage area for vehicle inventory, a couple of parking lots, and it all comes out onto Field Point Road at a very difficult intersection.
Field Point?
It's like in the middle of the block.
It's at Field Point?
And yeah, it's Old Field
That's
Point,
not,
I guess.
no.
Old Track comes out onto Old Field Point, just
Okay.
just east of Oak Ridge.
Okay.
Between Oak Ridge
Exactly.
and Prospect.
So-
I always thought actually that the Equinox issue, the apartment complex, the vehicle storage, now has put significant stress on that particular intersection. And
Well-
although we don't have a lot of parking here, we do have people coming in and out.
Right.
Visitors coming in and out. It's support staff, it's support deliveries, those kind of things. As a difficult site, as Mr. Yeski and Mr. Hardman said, that really is a specific or a really hard aspect that should be studied as part of this
So
particular application.
So Mr. McRae, I was, one of the things that would help us enormously is at the time that J Loft was built, all of these exact same questions came up. And there was in fact a significant outpouring by neighbors. So it would behoove us to look at those old traffic studies ourselves when this application comes in and look at what it was. Now, one of the advantages, as I've looked at the pattern for an assisted living, is that assisted living facilities tend to be, the flow of traffic tends to be shift-based. The main flow of traffic is shift-based because your assisted living people may not be going out as much and your memory care people will not. And they may be going out in a van when they go out with several people on board the van. And it's shift, it's, whatever the aid shift is and the kitchen staff, et cetera. But an interesting point that you're making here is at the time that we did J Loft, there was a great concern about where Old Track comes out and the accident rate at that intersection. And we looked into it at the time and approved J Loft anyway. So our concerns were assuaged, but just, you're right. It's something definitely to be explored. Victoria.
To that end, would the commission like to get comments from Beta at this point on that intersection? Because when we did the Old Track Road development with Ferrari, as you noted, that came up about the intersection, and there was concern that if this property ended up becoming a housing project, multifamily housing, or they teamed up with the Lexus property. I mean, there was concern at that time about making big intersection improvements. So this, as you just noted, is considerably less of a traffic generator. So I wonder, just to give the applicant direction at this stage.
Great idea.
I wonder if you would like to get their, Beta's comments on that now, so that.
Great idea.
Okay, good. So we can.
And why don't we send them, since we have a different Beta person now, and we might not have even had Beta at the time, is let's send them our J Loft traffic study, and we could then, somebody's got two computers on. Okay, send them the J Loft traffic study, and also maybe we can send them updated motor vehicle collision data of that intersection, because those are the key questions, and see where that is. And that would save the applicant having to do a traffic study at this time and having to look at the intersection, because we have a lot in hand already from previous work there. Ms. Goss, would you like to add something to these comments?
Well, in reading the proposed regulation, I did note that the setback is a minimum of 20 feet. And I think that the open space, I was just wondering how you get 25% open space with 20-foot setbacks. But that just came to mind, that we would need a lot. We would hope to have a lot of open space for this. Because we were concerned about that generally, and this one, we're particularly concerned about the open space.
I agree with you 100%. I think that idea of having a certain amount of outdoor space per resident is hugely important in something like this because of the quality, especially because this has no nice walkable park or anything around it. And the second thing is, I'm sure that they back calculated that 25%, but as you know, our setbacks are significantly higher than that in the GBO. And I would really want it to go to the GBO setbacks as well. If we would, I really would like the applicant to work with the underlying reg. Anything else, Victoria?
There's one little teeny thing, and you'll probably kill me for saying this, but
no,
it's because I studied too much French literature in college. It's that section E, 4C, it should be the occupant who and not the occupant whom, because it's the subject of the pronoun is the subject of the clause and not the direct object. So that's what the grammarians in the group, and I couldn't help it.
That's all right. We appreciated all of your grammar contributions when we were writing the POCD, so please never hold back. Mr. Lowe, do you have any comments at this time?
Let me unmute. No, I would just echo the sentiment that the incentives seem challenging. I don't think it is a tough site, so I disagree with that a little bit. This could become the proverbial silk purse from the pig's ear.
I agree with you.
And I'm not sure that, and you've covered this, but this is what I was thinking. I'm not sure that the assisted living facility is going to generate a whole lot more traffic, and it would be shift-based. And so I support any review of old traffic data as well as new traffic data. That's all.
Mr. Levy? Don't talk until you're unmuted, Mr. Levy.
I'm
now
encouraged. Yes, thank you for that. I'm encouraged that Mr. Perkins is on the job here. I'm very familiar with his firm, going all the way back to Perkins and Will, and
that's one of our architects, for your information.
And I think that there's a lot to work with here, and I'm sure they can come up with good solutions to fitting into this site. The traffic is something that I'm sure they can work out. The open space, it seems like it would be nice to have adequate open space because you have facility with quite a large number of residents, but it looks like they really do have quite a program indoors. And maybe I'm not really aware of how significant it is to have
it's huge.
How much open space is important for a facility like this. It seems like it would be a good idea to have some, but there's so much going on inside and so much provided for.
This is
that
correct.
It's really quite significant. So I don't know what the right mix should be, but I do see that it's very tight the way that they've proposed it, but this is quite preliminary, so I understand that.
So
and I think that the configuration is quite awkward in this site, and it's an awkward site. But nonetheless, I think that this is a good stab just to see how things work on the site.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the fact that the parking is buried, and that the fact that the program is 4 stories. If there was any place to do 4 stories, this is not such a bad place to do it, but I don't like the precedent of such bulk.
I agree.
But it does seem to work in this particular place. But it,
Mr.
yes.
Levy, I can give you something anecdotal, and it would be on a CCRC. There's a CCRC that, by the look of the architecture, I believe Mr. Perkins either built it or was copied. In Bloomfield, Connecticut, it's called Seabury. And when that facility was initially built, it didn't really have usable outdoor recreation areas. 20 years on, I believe it is, maybe 25, it has made agreements with the town for extensive walking trails. It has one of those victory gardens. It has that game that you put the mallets. It has, I'm forgetting what it's called, not cricket, whatever it is, that thing with the mallets that people play. And it
Croquet.
has croquet.
Or
It
is it
has,
polo?
it has, polo is down here. So it has added, not only does it have outdoor space that is significant it has little garden areas by the units. They have continually expanded their outdoor recreation space. The residents get cabin fever, no matter how many movies they get to watch and how many concerts. They want to be able to be. That's been my experience at that specific facility. And as long as I'm doing full disclosure, familiarity with the state statutes, my mom wrote the Resident Bill of Rights. That's in the state statutes, just letting you know.
Marguerite,
So-
can I expand on the tough
Yes.
aspect of the site? Because
Yeah.
it is true, part of it's physical, but I thought that could be worked out. What I was after was more market demand. You just said it. This is on a dead end street. It's not walkable to downtown. There is no open space around. It's wedged between a train track and a rock. Now, the
It
owner,
has formidable potential.
it does. I'm just saying it's a tough place to attract people to because there are other options, quite frankly.
But
And
if you
not that that's
land-
our regulatory responsibility. I understand it's not. But when I say tough site, I can just imagine driving into there, what you have to go by to get there, and not the traffic, just where it is. It's very isolated. Now, maybe that'll the biggest selling, and the owner knows better than all of us because he's the one behind building this thing. That's what I meant by tough site, not physically building something, but
Yes.
just having that open space trail. They don't have any of that.
But
Good point.
agreed, they don't have an open space trail, but this site, if you close your eyes, is a formidable opportunity to transform and become just beautiful. There's opportunity there. And I think Mr. Sharma and Mr. Perkins have seen that, or that's the direction that and we're encouraging them actually to increase that outdoor space, increase the landscaping, and make it a park-like setting, even though the current layout is not configured that way. I know it's a bit of a wasteland right now, but it could be fantastic.
Well,
I
the
don't know
size
what
of the
the-
building, if they build the building they're asking for, that takes up a lot of that space you're talking about.
Agreed.
By the way, the other thing, I didn't make Manhasset. They have another project out in Long Island, it sounds like. I don't know what that's like at all. Whether, it's similar to Ambassador or similar to this project, I don't know. That's right. There's a third site, right, that they operate. There's another site, a second site that they operate.
So, and Mr. Perkins, I was going to throw one more question at you. My apologies. The state of Connecticut is currently looking at assisted living facilities in terms of specifically what happened during COVID. And apparently there may be some changes in design. And now I'm not sure you're going to line up with that with this project, because by the time you break ground at the pace that a state moves, you might not have conclusions, but there supposedly is some energy towards changing the design. I don't know if that's accurate or if that will transpire, but I was wondering.
Well, we're working on what those are in many places, because as I think everybody's read, it's primarily been a problem in long-term care facilities where 25% of all the fatalities have been up till now. I've already published one article on this.
Oh, cool. So we could look you up.
Yeah, well, it's probably not one of your bedside reading. It's a building design and construction, but we're all working on this because we have, as I said, we've built over 600 senior living communities, and it's a big issue across the whole spectrum, from independent living all the way through long-term care. And there will be changes, and we're trying to contribute to the debate on that. Hopefully this particular pandemic will be behind us by the time, but there are other pandemics. And just normal flu season is something that is monitored very carefully in most well-run senior living facilities. So this one is a particularly tough one, though, because some of the normal mechanical solutions and other things are, this virus is so small you can't even filter it out of the air. So
yeah.
So there's a lot of research going on this, and we're part of it.
So if you care to, Granted, I know you know this because I believe you have employees that have been with us. We do have an architectural review committee. And so at some point, if you want to send us your work, what you're writing, if you want to send it through staff, we'll happily, if you think only an architect can decipher you, we'll happily share it with all of our architects.
No, actually.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, Mr. Perkins.
Yeah, I have a textbook on the planning and design of senior living, which I'd be glad to send also. It's published by Wiley, and we do a lot of research, and we do publish quite a bit on this topic. So.
That's great, because we'd love to have you do something that's definitely state of the art. Katie, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I think there might be people that want to speak on this. So I know while you're finishing the conversation, if we could just—
Why don't we just go ahead and ask them? Folks, if anybody wants to make a comment, can you raise your hand? Raise your virtual hand.
Yeah.
I've got one person up, so I'm just going to go ahead and Kyle, if you would go ahead. And I've asked you to start your video, but don't feel obliged. Kyle, go ahead. You should be unmuted. Okay, I lost Kyle. Kyle is gone. Okay. Does anybody else want to speak?
He's still there. I just don't know if it was working.
Okay, Mr. Kyle, are you unmuted? Can you speak? Kyle? Hello, Kyle? This always happens. The first speaker, this always happens to us. Does anybody else want? Go ahead, Katie, sorry.
I was going to say, Pat, could you maybe give the phone number for Kyle? That way, if for some reason the computer's not working, maybe Kyle could call in. That might be a way to do it, because I do know that they want to speak.
Okay, I don't think nobody else is raising their hand. Does anybody else want to speak who's in the audience? Just raise your virtual hand. It's where the little dots are on the upper right, usually of your screen, but sometimes somewhere else. Over with participants, you might find it.
Madam Chair, the phone number for those interested is 1-646-518-9805. Again, that's 1-646-518-9805. Password is 051-886-4.
And then what do you do to request, like, how do you raise your hand?
Star nine.
Okay.
And *6 to mute yourself afterwards, by the way.
All right, I'm just sending this to Kyle.
Hi, it's Kyle here.
Yay, oh, Kyle.
Hey, Kyle.
Hey, sorry, I had some technical difficulties. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hello.
Hi, I'm one of the folks that the firm kind of mailed a letter to. So we're part of the community that is nearby the applicant's site. So it's Rosa Nini and Kyle Milne, and we live at 18 Stone Avenue at number 5. We've been listening to this whole conversation. We're very pleased by it. We understand the need for this type of assisted living community within Greenwich. We are very, very happy that somebody would even consider developing the site that AMBA is trying to develop. It's a very difficult site because there's a train track that runs between Bellhaven, one of the most expensive communities in the world, and where we live, which are very modest townhomes in Chickahominy. I can't imagine a better use for this site than an assisted living community. And I mean that with all of our heart, because we've lived through a lot of construction already on that site because of Eversource. So we are fully supportive, as people who live beside this community, of any development that needs to be done to improve this site.
That's terrific.
Okay.
I think you've heard
the only thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the only thing we'd ask is the site is currently zoned as 24/7 kind of construction, and we would just ask that, you know, we are able to sleep at night. But other than that, we fully support it and would be giving performances at the site for the folks who live there. So very, very happy to support it, and whatever else we can do to support it, we're happy to do.
Oh, so you're a performer as well. That's great. Thank you very much. I think that people generally on the commission are very encouraging. We're all very encouraging of this application. We just, of course, want to fix it a little bit. Thank you very much.
I understand that, but honestly, some of the things that you're talking about are too technical for us. To us, it's a site that's very difficult, and we should just encourage any development that needs to happen there.
Yeah. So if you want to decode what I was saying, is I think it's too big, but I you know, that's basically okay.
But you know what? We look at it every day, and we would have no problems even if it were higher, because it would, quite honestly, it would block the noise from the highway. So we support it at any height.
That's a good point. Thank you very much. Does anybody else wish to speak? Anybody else? Last chance, going once, going twice. Virtual hands not raised. Okay, so I think we gave you good feedback.
And
You
then
gave us terrific feedback. And if I could conclude, let me just thank you for all the time you spent considering this, and we'll go back and think about things that you've said. As you've already recognized, this building or this project has not been designed yet. We've given you just an idea of what could be there, and so I'm sure that a lot of the issues that you raised, such as the parking issue that Mr. McRae raised, and the outdoor spaces and that sort of thing, can be.
First of all, first and foremost, Mr. Cohen, the FAR and the height.
Let me talk about that for a second. I understand that you feel, Ms. Albin, that the building is too big. The regulation that we've proposed is done as an overlay zone intentionally, because an overlay zone is intended to be site specific. Before the commission can act to land the zone on any particular GB or GBO site, you've got to determine whether or not that site works to have this zone landed on it. And in thinking about that, I know that we're going to consider your comments, and we're going to look at density and FAR. If we had to go back to the underlying GBO standards, the project won't go forward. I'm sure of that. Incentives. Let me finish. Incentives are required, and we'll consider what you said in terms of the density of the FAR. But at the same time, I want you to understand that the reason that we did this as an overlay zone was to completely address that issue. In other words, you've got to look at the site first to determine whether or not this zone is appropriate to be landed on that site. Let me quote something from a publication that I'm sure you probably are already familiar with, Ms. Alwyn, the American Planning Association, and how they deal with overlay zones. And this is a quote that to me is really important in thinking about rezoning and using.
I'm laughing at you, Mr. Cohen. If I could just interrupt you, I sent that entire.
No, you can't interrupt. You've got to let me finish.
I sent that entire article from the APA on overlay zones to the commission this weekend. But go ahead and
Quotes.
make your point.
Quotes, overlay zones have the potential to be very effective governmental regulatory tools. Since they tailor regulations to specific properties and districts to meet specific community goals, they can be more politically feasible to implement and can help communities meet stated goals or address specific inequities. In other words, in order to get an assisted living facility at this location, downtown Greenwich, in a zone that is adjacent to the things that are adjacent to, including neighbors such as Kyle, and I can't wait to see his performance. I think that an overlay zone is absolutely ideal for this. We will certainly go back and address your concerns. They're not surprising to me, Ms. Alma, and nor are they to Mr. Sharma or to Brad Perkins. But to go back to the underlying zone, the project just won't work.
Okay, so let me just reiterate two things. The entire commission, as I mentioned to you, has that full definition of an overlay zone from the APA. I was issued it to them I sent it to them this weekend. Second, if you can find significant incentives being given within our state for market rate assisted living, it would be very interesting to see, because that's really what got stuck where I got stuck. I wasn't seeing them. I was open to a consideration of some incentive, and then I didn't find any. So maybe I just looked at the wrong expensive communities in Connecticut. But what does it say? What does it say if the most expensive communities in Connecticut that have assisted living are not giving incentives and Greenwich is? That seems, I would be failing the town. So it got stuck in my throat. So please, if you can find great examples of high-end communities, and I'm describing us as that, where this is occurring, I'd love to see the kinds of incentives that are being given, but I'd like to see the best practices, not just be told that you can't make it work unless we give it to you. I'd like to know what the best practices are. Okay. All right.
Yes,
so we're good.
Do that research, but again, we really appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much.
So just quickly, so we did talk about getting the beta comments, whatever. Madam Chair, how would you feel about staff pursuing that, and also, with DPW, and if there is something that requires some major intersection work, if the applicant, Mr. Cohen and Mr. Sharma can decide if they want to come back, but otherwise, should we just kind of leave this where it is at this point?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Is that all right, Mr. Cohen?
Yeah, they're good. I think they're good.
Okay, great.
They got homework, and you guys may want to come back and talk to us again informally, and that's fine.
Well, I think what we really need to do, I think you've given us terrific direction. I think what we really need to do is to see to what extent we can meet your concerns. And if so, we'll come back with an application.
Hey, if Beverly Hills has incentives, share them with us.
I'm sure that our market study, when we finish doing it and show it to Mr. Yeski, will show a huge demand, a huge need for market rate assisted units.
Oh no, I believe that there's a huge demand for market rate units. I opened my comments by agreeing with you. I don't disagree.
In Beverly Hills, that is?
And I don't disagree. In fact, I was very careful not to propel you towards non-market rate, because I believe there's a big demand for market rate, because I believe there's some below market available and nothing at market. Absolutely. I think there's a huge need. I also think there's a need for independent, but that's not your wheelhouse right now. So again, I'm looking at much lower FARs. I was surprised that I for some reason didn't realize how many towns do have FAR. Okie doke, so we're good. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, and back we go. It's interesting because there was interest in the application, but I guess because It was just a discussion item. We didn't get very much public input. Our next item is Henry C. Van Buren Estate et al. For a final subdivision for 2 lots at 18 Armstrong Lane. And is the applicant ready, Mr. Lauro?
Mr. DeAndrea is ready. If I could just remind everybody, if they'd like to speak on this matter, please raise your hands virtually in the room or on the phone by pressing *9.
Yeah, and if there are, I know we got a lot of emails today. So if there are people who are thinking that they'd like to speak, please do go ahead and raise your virtual hand now so we can take you in sequence. It's just easier. Mr. DeAndrea, how's your technology today? You think you got vid? Hello, Mr. DeAndrea. It's a little dark where you are, but we can see you.
Turn on his volume. His
He's
microphone.
still, yeah, hold on. I'm unmuting. I'm making sure he's unmuted. He's coming.
There it is.
Hello. Okay, you should be good now, Mr. DeAndrea. We can see you and hopefully hear you.
Very good. I'll turn on a light so I can wake up.
Well, that shows how interesting we are.
So I have an interest in that development, and in spite of some of the comments, I don't think the property will be that difficult to develop, if I may say parenthetically, because of the way we've set up the base grading. So we'll talk about that at the next presentation.
Okay, so 18 Armstrong, a lot of volume of email today. We have comments from conservation. Do you want to give us the recap
Sure.
of where we?
What I would like to do is start with a summary of where we left off. This is a 2-lot subdivision on 28,090 square feet in the R12 zone. I wanted to emphasize, if I may, that this is a totally compliant proposal. We have 2 lots proposed at 12,000 square feet each. I would like to go on the record saying that they should be 12,025 square feet each. We have open space to the maximum extent possible after leaving some flexibility in the lot area just to accommodate potential discrepancies or errors. So that's a good proposal. We do have positive comments from engineering. We do have positive comments from conservation. Sewer comments are standard. We know that we have to do certain things for disconnecting and reconnecting in permit processing. The big issue that we've been discussing with neighbors and with their consultants seem to center around drainage. So since our last presentation, we did 3 significant things. One, we responded to the request by the commission to consider whether or not there was a better location for open space. We prepared a plan and submitted it to staff for distribution. I provided a summary of that proposal, which I determined not to be ideal for this property. The reason,
Mr. DeAndrea, actually, if you don't mind, you didn't even take a breath, but I'm going to interrupt you. Conservation concurred with you this morning. I believe that that's been shared with you.
Yes.
They found that the original location of the open space was far superior in terms of environmental goals. So you had other reasons, but what we were looking for mainly was for conservation to say that they did not agree with our suggestion, and neither did you. So we're good on the location of the open space.
And the key element of that summation by Alexandra was that our proposal puts in jeopardy only 2 trees, whereas the relocation would have definitely jeopardized about 10 or more, and it would not have done anything in the for conservation or water quality or other treatments in the conservation vein. We also met with the neighbors, well, a neighbor, Ian Trebeck, who is the neighbor to the west. His property is located at a lower elevation than 18 Armstrong Lane. He had expressed concerns about the potential that there would be more runoff toward his property. So we went to his site during a mild rain and also met with Joe Rizzoli, Mr. Trebeck's consultant at the time, Joe and I had an understanding of what we were looking at. He made a couple of suggestions, which I had absolutely no objection to, quite honestly, subject to, of course, the commission's support for it and consent by DPW that it was necessary or appropriate. After presenting that plan, we did get comments back from Alexandra Mock from Conservation, who questioned the need for it. And I will say that I agree with her. There is no need for it because we have designed the site very carefully in accordance with our town drainage manual. What we had agreed to do is that if there were an extreme storm, more than the 25-year design storm that we're required to comply with, we would agree to install another curtain drain, if you will, to intercept the water from the level spreader should it ever reach that point. We don't think that it will. If we were to install that, the only place that we could divert the water would be down to the southwest corner. The tolerances would be tight. We'd be discharging the open space. We don't believe as professionals that it's necessary. If the commission thinks it's warranted, our client is willing to agree to the installation.
Well, we've got a straight answer on that from Conservation.
Right, and I do concur with their summation.
And in truth, Mr. DeAndrea, you know, I had this conversation this afternoon with Patrick Leroux. Oh, actually, he sent all of us some thoughts, but yeah, Patrick, good, be ready to jump in. But the point here is,
well, to be totally clear, I don't think it was to everybody. I think
oh, it was just me? Good.
Yeah.
Can you go ahead and jump?
Well, I'll just say that my thoughts on proposals like this is when structures are in the open space, it probably speaks to a difficulty in developing the site as proposed. And typically in most instances, I know Mr. DeAndrea, you spoke of other applications of Anderson Hill where we had structures in the open space, and while they seem to have worked from a drainage standpoint, I would argue that from an open space standpoint, they're not the same quality as the commission considers elsewhere, or I think as what's envisioned by the regulations when you think about open space for parks and recreation type facilities, because this, a rain garden, for example, is quite large in some instances, and therefore the space that is open is not exactly accessible, nor can you use it for anything other than drainage. So I just wanted to point that out to the commissioner, the chair, when we were thinking about other subdivisions where facilities are in the open space, and that's just my recollection, or just the I guess the post-mortem of those subdivision applications.
Yeah, and it's just a slippery slope. Anyway, so it was just you and me, Pat, sorry. But definitely, I would like to address the neighbor concerns, but at the same time, I think the higher priority is quality open space.
So if I can go back to the drainage plan, what's unique about this property is that while it appears flat, and while it appears to drain westerly toward the Trebeck property, there is a ridge, if you will, basically down the middle of the property running east to west or west to east. And by law, by statute, by good sound engineering principles, we're supposed to maintain the discharge in those sub-watersheds. We're not supposed to divert from one side to the other. So in our design, you'll note that we have an extensive subsurface treatment facility in the front or east side of the two dwellings, with only a small portion of the property or roof area of the house being proposed to go to dry wells subsurface on the westerly side of the homes. And because of that ridge running west to east, we've maintained the separation in those two watersheds. Ironically, after walking with Mr. Trebeck on his property, while I know he'll have comments somewhat in support, but also somewhat in contrary, I expect, the watershed does drain to that northwest corner of the 18 Armstrong Lane property, and it follows the natural path down along the northerly side of the Trebeck property. And similarly, our southerly lot, parcel Y, is draining down to the south of the divide and toward Longview direction. But the most important point to make is that we designed the system to meet the requirements of the drainage manual and we don't expect any overflow during the design storm, which is a 25-year event. We're not changing the watersheds. We're not increasing the peaks. We are reducing the total volume in accordance with our drainage manual, and we're making water quality improvements all in accordance with the manual. And I think we've been supported on that. So I would like to leave it at that for now. There were comments about open space. We've maximized the open space consistent with the commission's policy to take the maximum available when we do not have exactly 15%. There's been some commentary from the neighbors in their correspondence that we don't have the same amount of open space that could be provided. In fact, they're claiming that our land area is less. As we all know, the assessor takes the round number. When you use those round numbers to compute, you're going to miss by a few feet. What I'm proposing right now is to have the extra 25 or 20 or 25 feet in each lot, which would reduce our open space to 14.38% of the total, or 4,040 square feet. So I'd like to have the commission consider that, just a little bit of flexibility in the lot area so that there's no chance that we're challenged on computation, just as I described can happen. We also have considered whether or not we can flip the house on parcel X to potentially save the other tree along the northern side. That's a possibility and a very good suggestion. We did investigate it in a schematic in our office. Keep in mind that the final homes have not been designed, but they will be soon, hopefully, and we'll take into consideration the potential for saving that oak tree along the north side. So that's the gist of the presentation I would like to make. Again, reminding everybody that it's totally compliant as to area, lot shape, frontage, all drainage, all conservation points and concerns. And we're only losing 2 trees as shown, potentially only 1. I have read all of the correspondence from the neighbors. I do have some issues with some of the claims. I don't think it's necessary to go in them piece by piece, but I would like the opportunity to rebut some comments that are likely to be made. So I appreciate your interest, and I stand down now and wait for public comment.
Unmute. Okay, so first we're going to let the commission talk. We like to do that. Does anybody on the commission have any comments at this time?
Mr. DeAndrea,
And Nick
you're aware
and Dave
of
after that. Okay.
you're aware of Mr. Rizzoli's hand sketch concerning the curtain drains?
Yes, and I can direct a comment to that. What Joe was proposing was expecting that there would be an overflow. If there's going to be an overflow, it's going to come out of the level spreader. So I don't see the purpose of that extra element. And the other issue is we have no place to discharge it. We are discharging water into the ground in accordance with the regulations and sound engineering principles of our town and our profession. And therefore, Joe was suggesting that the galleries themselves are going to leak. They're designed to recharge the groundwater. And as long as we meet into that profile, we won't be breaking out. I will make a couple of comments in advance of Ian's comments, which I'm sure are coming. I did walk, and I initially went there as a friend and said, if I were here as a consultant to you, Ian, I would make some suggestions about how your property is developed. There are roof drains discharging to the surface in some areas. There's a curtain drain around the property, which goes to dry wells in the front of the property. So there was an attempt made to intercept some water. I don't know how deep it is. It was claimed to be 3 to 4 feet deep, yet I saw an intercepting drain at the surface. So there are improvements that could be made on the neighbor's property, in my opinion, as similarly to what Joe suggested might be done on our property. So each property stands to make improvements. As we have designed this property, we will have made improvements by intercepting some of that natural flow, which currently is going unchecked. If I can digress a little bit more, there'll be comments about how much water is draining down Armstrong Lane and Longview Avenue. The development in the neighborhood will be referenced as older, and I don't dispute that. Some of the homes are older, but the area was developed at a time when drainage, as we see it today, was not a concern. So there is absolutely no drainage system in the area. Therefore, all of the water flows in the conduits, which are in fact the roadways. Gilliam Lane, to the west of the Trebeck property, is curbed. So that water moves down that road and into the pond at the end of Twin Lakes Lane. The conditions along Longview Avenue are marginal at best because there's no pavement and it's continually replaced with loose gravel. So you're going to see erosion over there. It's been expressed by the neighbors that they want it that way to discourage traffic. So if you're not willing to improve the drainage system, and there is potential to do that, and you're not willing to pave the road, then I don't think it's fair to suggest that this development on the downside of the watershed has any impact or adverse potential for the drainage on Armstrong and Longview.
Mr. DeAndrea, just to make sure I'm clear on this, the driveways are proposed as permeable paver?
Yes,
with
sir.
galleries underneath. That's drainage at the front of the property.
Yes, sir.
We have dry wells as rechargers in the back of the property. That's the next step.
They both serve somewhat of the same purpose. You see that we have a large capacity under the driveways through the permeable pavements. We're able to accomplish some of our water quality and runoff reduction in that. You'll see that we also have an overflow to the level spreader from that system, as well as from the galleries on the west side of the homes. So we're recharging, and in the event that the galleries were to fill up, then they would exit through the level spreader. So only at that point, at the peak of a 25-year event, should we even consider any overflow.
So we have the pavers and the galleries as the belts, and the curtain drains as the suspenders.
The curtain drain, if they were to be installed, would be a suspenders to the belt. Yes, sir.
Okay, and the curtain drains basically are primarily protect what would be considered the downslope neighbors. Just in case.
But keep in mind, Mr. Magri, we've already met the requirement for runoff reduction and peak flow in both of those sub watersheds, the one to the north and one to the south on these two lots.
Understand.
We're very
Thank you.
careful to keep them.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. DeAndrea.
Anybody else from the commission wish to speak at this time? Mr. Hardman.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a brief comment. It's not technical in nature, but we've heard a lot from the neighbors. I think that's been constructive. And I just think from a longer term perspective, we have to pay attention to what dense zoning is doing to the neighborhoods in this town. And I think many of the objections we've heard over this potential subdivision just reflect what the FAR and other aspects of our code have on our neighbors. So on a longer term track, I hope we will address those in a constructive manner that reflect the input we get in applications like this. Mr. DeAndrea, this isn't focused on your presentation. I think it's much longer term, and I'm saying this a little bit for the benefit of the neighbors. I think we've heard a lot of very constructive feedback, but we have an application here that's essentially as of right, and we don't have the tools necessarily to address those neighbor concerns.
Excellent point. Okay, I'm going to turn to the public comment. Our first speaker is Albert Laverge. Mr. Laverge, if you want to go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me okay? I always
We
think
can
it's good
hear
to
you.
check.
You're good. Yep, you're good.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'll try to be a little pithier than I was last time. But to remind you, I'm Albert Laverge. My wife and I and children live on one of the adjacent properties, 8 Armstrong Lane. And also, with respect to Mr. DeAndrea and everything I've heard, this is a project that's really stretching to meet the bare minimum requirements for approval, and it substantially alters the character of this neighborhood. Every single neighbor, all the contiguous neighbors and many other neighbors more broadly in the neighborhood have written or spoken in opposition and known nobody in favor. And so my main question to the board is this really the highest and best use of this land? I have sort of 2 main points. The first is that this project creates 2 significantly undersized lots. By far the smallest lots in this neighborhood, and we define this neighborhood really as below Riverside Avenue, and so Armstrong, Gilliam, Twin Lakes, and Jones Park. So the average lot size for all those collective houses in the neighborhood is about 0.7, 0.71, and these lots are 0.275. I mean, significantly smaller than any other property. The proposed green space is also significantly lower. The average on Armstrong Lane alone is 0.83% green space, and these would be at best 0.6 or 0.64. And so again, just at the minimum requirement for green space, but again, totally out of keeping with the surrounding community. And I know there's been quite a lot of talk about the requirements around open space offset, and the applicant only can squeeze in 2 houses of 12,000 because they fall below the recommended 15%. And I know it's only a guideline, but if you look at the last 33 subdivisions that have been done in the town of Greenwich over the last 5 years, 30 of the 33 were at or above 15%. And there were only 3 that were below 15%, and each was a special case. One was on the Mianus River, so there's, that's open space there. The other one was on the Merritt. So my question here is, it seems that 15% is the convention and not, a loose, hope. And so I'd like to know what makes this lot so special that it would also be an exception if it's struggling to meet the minimum requirements on everything else. And these small lots are going to affect every resident in the neighborhood. Both are reasonable enjoyment of the community, but are going to negatively impact the property values. If you look at similar subdivisions over the last couple of years in Riverside, Hendry, Lockwood, even on Longview, they've all struggled to sell. And some sitting, the 2 houses on Henry sat unsold for over 500 days for one and over 600 days for the other. And that has a really meaningful impact on the neighborhood if you have houses that are fallow, which in what's supposed to be an attractive and an active community. And then finally, I know we spent a lot of time on the drainage, but there are significant environmental concerns. The destruction of the large caliper trees, it's not just about the absorption of water, but it's the tree canopy. If you see a picture in my letter, I sent a picture of the street with the tree, and you see it's a 60, 70-foot tree with a very large crown. And it provides shade, it provides enjoyment, and it's irreplaceable. I mean, this is 150, 200-year tree that you cannot replace with a couple of shrubs or bushes. And fundamentally, there is no way to squeeze 2 houses on this property. Whether you flip them, whether you move them to the open space, wherever you cannot squeeze 2 houses onto this property without destroying, a number of significant trees. And that's my issue. Why are we trying to squeeze 2 houses the bare minimum in a neighborhood where it doesn't match doesn't match the community, for, I guess, economic gain. I don't want to, comment, it's not my place, but it seems not in keeping with the neighborhood. And then the last issue I did have with the application was, by increasing the hard space on the property by about 3 times with the 2 rather large houses and digging deep, you're digging deep into these cellars. There's ledge, the boreholes, I think Mr. Andrews boreholes, found ledge at 6 feet. So there's going to be significant blasting and digging out. Which is going to have drainage issues. And from what I understand, this sits in the coastal, the coastal overlay zone. And in the application where it asks for the impact on the coastal overlay zone and mitigation, every answer was not applicable, not applicable, not applicable. And I see it as quite applicable. It sits in the coastal overlay zone, and no mitigation has been offered, or none of the issues were addressed at all. And I feel like if you're in the zone, you're in the zone, and you need to address these issues. I'm almost done. So to me, the application really feels like it's grasping at straws. It's stretching the bounds of what's possible. And to Mr. DeAndrea's point, he says it's totally compliant. It's barely compliant, and in some ways it's not. And at a significant cost and an irreparable cost to the community. So back to the founding principle, the main principles of the zoning commission. I don't see this as the highest and best use for this property, particularly if a key component of zoning regulations is conserving the value of the buildings and encouraging the most appropriate use of the land for the town. So at that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Laverge. Our next speaker, and we're going to comment on your comments in a sec. I'm just going to let people talk and then we'll summarize. Our next speaker is Nicholas Shepard. Mr. Shepard, I think you can go ahead. There you go. Hello, Mr. Shepard. Can't hear you, and you're unmuted, so that's interesting. Okay, try it again. Nope. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to leave you there, and if you get it, Mr. Shepard, I'm going to leave you enabled. Keep playing with it. I'm going to go to Barbara Jackson, and then I'll come back to you. Ms. Jackson, if you would go ahead. Barbara Jackson.
Unmute. Start my video. Okay. As longtime residents of Armstrong Lane, we strongly feel the best and most conforming use of this property would be a single-family home. Current neighbors have presented a valid offer at a very competitive price for the property, which would result in the reduction of the lot size to ½ acre and the construction of appropriate size single-family structure. For the existing residents of Armstrong Lane and the Riverside neighborhood as a whole, we feel that this would result in the best possible use of the property. The current plan, as proposed, would result in increased density and depends upon the interpretation of open space, which does nothing to maintain the character of the neighborhood and benefits only the developer. It certainly does not benefit either the proposed homes or the neighborhood as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. Our next speaker is Sophie Coven. And again, Ms. Coven, if I forgot to remind other people about this, but just if you want to make new comments, that would be very much appreciated, because we do have the record of all that was said the last time. Ms. Coven, if you would go ahead.
Hi.
Hi, there you are.
I'm here. Thank you.
And Mr. Shepard, anytime you're ready, just raise your hand. Hi, Ms. Coven, go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm here on behalf of the Gilliam Lane Association. We sent a letter earlier today. We received the new plans late yesterday afternoon, so we really haven't had an opportunity to review them. Certainly, we haven't reviewed them with council or had the opportunity to talk to an engineer about the implications for the Lane Association. But as I mentioned in our previous meeting, the lane has very significant drainage issues throughout the lane. Mr. D'Andrea noted that there is no drainage on Longview and Armstrong, but there is drainage on Gilliam Lane and is privately maintained by the association. It's more than 100 years old, that drain, and it's really struggling. It often backs up with much less water than a 25-year storm. Just sort of an ordinary summer storm will have the drains block up. The street can be impassable at the top. In the middle, there's water coming out of the drain. There are various different drains as you go down the street onto Twin Lakes Lane. The manhole cover actually blew off last year and went into the wetlands, and I had to work with a neighbor to roll it back up to put it back on top. So we actually have like a fairly significant and somewhat dangerous situation going on with our drainage. So we really can't afford to be casual about having additional runoff be added to our drain. And the plan, and especially the plan after the revisions that were discussed yesterday, that would safeguard the Trebeck's property, which I proved that their property should be protected, but it calls for adding more stormwater to be directed down Gilliam Lane, which is going to impact other people on the street. So it's just very problematic for us. And it's really interesting that we were not notified as the association about this development and given an opportunity to review the plans, because when 42 Gilliam Lane was developed several years ago, the town actually said, we're not even going to consider this development project unless the lane agrees that excess stormwater is allowed to be put into your drains. And they told the property owners who were members of the association that they had to approach the association about this. And we had a fairly lengthy negotiation with the owners of that property where we came to an agreement where they took on liability for any damage that happened as a result of their development. So in this instance, it's hard for me to understand why we would have such a different paradigm.
Because the association was not directly notified the first time. Only the neighbors, adjacent neighbors are notified. And the issue on the first application was that the only way to do the drainage was through an easement. And so the neighbors had to agree to the easement that was granted. And so in this situation, it meant that when we say an easement, it means that you're asking for trespass permission of the water is actually trespassing on somebody else's property. This proposal does not do that. There's no easement required. So there would not need to be an approval by the association, nor would the association be recognized by us as a legal entity. It would only be the adjacent neighbors. I'm just giving you the clarification.
Okay, no, that is
I
very
felt it
helpful
was throwing you for a loop and I wanted to answer you that.
No,
Okay.
that is very helpful.
You're welcome.
But so that I appreciate that.
I get the concern.
Yeah, it doesn't address the issue of sort of the impacts on our association, because we
I
all,
get it.
we're all below that property. And in our experience of seeing other developments within the area, when construction is happening, very often drainage is the last thing to be put in. And from what I understand with this property, they expect to do a sequential development where they do one house and complete it and try to sell it, and then they build the other house. So, it makes a big difference. When is that drainage being put in? What happens in the intervening years?
We're going to let Mr. D'Andrea answer those questions for you. He knows he's going to explain to you how the drainage goes in. I'm not going to tie up a lot of time doing it because he's going to wrap up comments anyway. Thank you, Ms. Coven. Is that it? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but we, a lot of the concerns. We know there's a drainage concern. We know that there's a problem in the neighborhood. It's a tough issue for us because we recognize that the neighborhood has a water problem, but on the other hand, this applicant is complying. So we're trying to figure out how to do this. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just note for the commission, just because I think it's important, and maybe getting to what Dave Hardman was talking about earlier, very often the applications are technically acceptable. And yet we find that there is more flooding after the building is finished.
We know that. We know
And
that
so-
that's an age-old issue that, in fact, we've discussed with Mr. DeAndrea many times, which is that pre-existing hydrology the technical term is that pre-existing site hydrology and post-construction don't always work out as anticipated. And they've tried to fix that, but human beings are human beings.
Right, but it has real impacts on
I understand that.
on the other property.
I understand that.
And
I do understand.
He's, and he's worked on a variety of properties within the neighborhood, and we've experienced that, and I'm not faulting his work. I'm saying this is the nature of the way it seems to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have Mr. Trebek. I know how to say it now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great.
So again, if you could not repeat comments, because, we've heard that, we know the issues, but just if you want to add new thoughts.
Yeah, well, yes. So first of all, I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration. So last week, Mr. Rizzoli, myself, and Mr. DeAndrea met at our property. And I want to thank Mr. DeAndrea for meeting with us and discussing the excessive runoff issues we already experienced. He submitted a revised plan to the commission, and then Mr. Rizzoli made some hand-drawn notes on the plan he had submitted, which I believe was also submitted to you guys today. And I believe those suggested changes by Mr. DeAndrea and Mr. Rizzoli, if they are implemented, do address the drainage concerns.
Well, that's great.
So while it may be in my best interest to obtain the most benefit for my lot from the engineering solution and just kind of sit by, I still have grave concerns about the increased runoff and the general overdevelopment of the community. I firmly believe this application is both too dense and too intense, and that even the most generous engineering solutions are likely to be a short-term fix. The fact that this problem already exists, not just for my home, but throughout our entire neighborhood, is going to be exasperated by further development with more ground coverage, driveway, an irreversible change to the neighborhood's character, and higher traffic. It's undoubtedly going to lead to more problems. The applicant's engineer recognized this, and the applicant has tried to address it with more drainage. However, an increase in impervious surfaces by 40% guarantees there will be greater problems. If the issue were only whether the lots comply with the bulk and area limitations, why have a planning and zoning commission at all? It would be a simple issue of math, but P&Z is tasked to decide within your discretion whether this is too much, and I respectfully assert that it is. I'm also advised by my experienced real estate broker who works solely in Greenwich and is willing to put her opinion in the record that this subdivision will reduce our home's value significantly. P&Z was created and zoning regulations enacted to protect the neighbor's property values, not to maximize the value of one parcel through division. The parcel owners have no right or legitimate expectation under the law to maximize that value, and P&Z has no duty to reward the owner's desire and effort to do so. Like you, the owner has only the expectation that the parcel's value, as it has existed as a single-family residential lot, be protected. If P&Z were to deny this application, many interested parties would benefit. The owner could relist the property and likely get a higher price now that the market is strong. As Ms. Jackson mentioned, I believe they already have some offers. The developer would be released from their contingent contract, no longer suffer the neighbor's objections, and have their capital freed up to find a more suitable lot for development. And finally, our community's character and its environment would remain intact, and the neighbors would be happy. And that's all I have, and thank you for your time.
Margarita, unmute.
All right, got it. I got it. It's also silent now, finally. Our next speaker is Kathy Whitaker. Ma'am, again, new thoughts would be welcome. We do know what your concerns have been in the past.
Okay, as you have said, my neighbors have eloquently spoken already on pretty much all the points I was going to make. I just want to stress to the to all of you that this might seem like a small decision, but it will actually cause a change with generational impact, as it will alter the property and this street forever. It can't go back to being a one family lot. It'll be a 2-family lot forever. So I urge you not to make an exception that has no rationale other than profit.
Thank you very much, Ms. Whitaker. The next speaker is Renee Shepherd. Ma'am, if you would go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying from a different computer now, so.
Okay, so I'm gonna, so this is Nicholas, right? Okay, go ahead. Uh-oh.
Mr. Shepherd, you're muted again.
Yeah, Mr. Shepherd, you were here for a second. Give it
I'm
a
back
shot.
now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So obviously there's been a lot of comments and, you know, I don't want to repeat them all, but I really do, I do want to emphasize that, you know, we took a lot of time pulling together the data around the historical subdivisions that have occurred since 2015. You know, I personally went through all the agendas to develop that data. And while I understand that the 15% is not a threshold, I do think the fact that this property falls below the 15% does put it in an unusual basket. As somebody previously said, there's only 3 properties that appear to have been under 15% in the last 5 years. When you're under 15%, I think you really then have to, as a committee, I would really encourage you to consider all of the other factors, one of which obviously is how do the lots fit in and conform, the newly subdivided lots, how do they fit in and conform with the other homes in the area? And in this situation, you're clearly creating the 2 smallest lots of the neighboring 50 homes. So, you know, it seems to me pretty obvious that when that's the outcome, you really have to be, you have to stand firmer with the 15% when you're creating undersized lots relative to the homes in the area around the development. That's just a philosophical point I just wanted to emphasize. And then the other philosophical point I have is just that I do think it's, first of all, I think Mr. DeAndrea is unfair in his characterization of Longview Avenue. You know, we intentionally do keep it as a gravel road to cut down on traffic. We don't pave it as well because we feel like if we paved it, it would accelerate the runoff into Gilliam and possibly result in additional runoff into one of the homes down there. So it's a very deliberate strategy. And I also just think philosophically that taking the excess runoff and dumping it into a private street that is maintained at the expense of other residents just doesn't sit well with me either. So, you know, I think that's something you really need to think about. It's almost as if you're pumping, you know, excess runoff water over the fence, you know, into your neighbor's yard and asking them to pay to clean that up. So those are just the 2 points I wanted to reemphasize.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and answer some questions right now rather than wait till we're done. First of all, just as a background point of information, in the rest of Connecticut, dividing one property into 2 is done as of right. By state statutes, it's as of right. Greenwich, because of we have home rule is what it's called. We have our own regulations and we make people who are dividing one lot into 2 come into us for approval. In the rest of the state statutes say you only have to do that when it's 3 lots, but we make people come in when it's 2 because we care that much about every single development. So we're on that, and Greenwich has cared about this for a long time. That's the first thing. The second thing, when you looked at the subdivisions, I don't know if you noticed that a couple of times we do something called an open space easement and not a deeded open space. And that'll look like it's a really wonderful number and it's 18 or 20%, but it's important to know this little secret about it, which is that doesn't count for that. When you get the kind of open space we're getting in this property, it is taken out of their FAR completely. They cannot use it for FAR anymore, whereas an easement can still be used to build a bigger house. So when you're looking at it, and it seems like everybody has it more than 15%, I remember a lot of those, and some of them didn't have any deeded open space. They only had easements, and easements are not as high quality open space because they allow more development on the site. And the last thing somebody else mentioned is that we were taking an exception to our regulations. It's illegal for us to do that. we cannot break our own regulations, and we are looking at this. Does it meet what the regulations say? Then once we see that, we try to find ways to make it better. But this does meet our regulations, and we don't break our regulations. So that's kind of all of it that I wanted to spill out all at once. And Renee Shepherd, if you want to add anything, I'm gonna, you're ready to go. And Victoria, did you want to say something, or were you just, and then you got to unmute if you're going to say something.
I
Okay.
just wanted to build on what you were saying, that we don't put the subdivision regs, we in our regulations, we have section 615 and 617 that give us discretion, the Planning and Zoning Commission discretion to determine whether the structure meets the character of the neighborhood. And we have discretion in our regs, our normal regs, but our subdivision regs are different, and we don't have that kind of discussion, which is what we're trying to tell you is that yes, this application meets our regulations, and we don't have the discretion here to look at the character of the neighborhood or how the proposal affects the neighborhood.
The construction, the houses themselves, because the houses won't come before us. Thank you, Victoria. Ms. Shepherd, I'm never sure. Is that Renee Shepherd? Are you ready?
Madam Chair, that was Nicholas Shepherd who was on Renee's feed.
Okay. All right. So we're gone. We're done. All right. And we had also said that, okay, so we have one last person, Amadeo Ribeiro. And Mr. Ribeiro, if you would please, I'm not seeing him now. Where did he go? Disappeared. There he is. You know, sometimes when people transition, it takes a second. Mr. Ribeiro, if you would go ahead and give us some new comments.
Yes. Well, as the last to speak, I think I just wanted to reiterate the concerns that my neighbors and friends have expressed. We're deeply concerned with the possibility of the subdivision, and would like to emphasize that it would undermine the characteristics of our neighborhood. It would be detrimental to the area in all the respects that my colleagues have raised. And so I strongly oppose this subdivision. I'd like to thank you for your time, and that was my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ribeiro. Mr. DeAndrea, you're on.
Mr. DeAndrea, you're muted still.
Still muted. Unmute. Nope, still muted. Let me see if it's here.
Oh, he did it. You had it for a second.
There. Okay, you're good. Okay.
My only closing comment would be just a visual, if you could, 2 lots, if developed as proposed, have a maximum floor area per home of 3780. In contrast, one home on that property could produce 8,848 square feet for one house. That would be an extensive development. So in effect, 2 lots produces less development on the property than a single home. And with that, I would close. I appreciate all the comments. I think we have responded appropriately in our design and in our response. We agree that it's not appropriate or necessary to extend through the open space. We do have the benefit of a positive comment from engineering, conservation, and sewer. So we respectfully request that the application be approved as presented. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, what do you want to do with this? Nick.
So we've got endorsements from each one of the various departments. including actually engineering, who was actually looked at the curtain drains as well, and it says that they're okay with that in concept. Conservation is okay with the revisions to the drainage as well. I'm in terms of the testimony we've heard, I guess the open space and staff, if I just correct me if I'm wrong, 6297 of the subdivision regulations. This is section B, says the required open space shall not exceed 15% of the total lot area, but this subsection shall not prevent additional voluntary reservations being made by the subdivider. So it's, you know, the 15% is that number. It can be less, and we really appreciate it when it's more. We've heard actually offer on land. If somebody wants to buy this, it's interesting to me. I've heard about that. I would think actually if that's a real thing, I'm surprised that nobody's kind of jumped at it. But and I believe there is a real confusion as to how the drainage on this works. For testimony here that actually that Longview, Gilliam all had flooding issues. And I believe that just to make sure that Mr. DeAndrea and a third party or another civil engineer have reviewed the drainage for this, and basically saying that it meets the code, the drainage manual. And it would seem to me that every single drop of rain is going to be retained on site.
Right, and that's
I would think-
actually what the subdivision regulations require in terms of the drainage, is that DPW will give us a comment that there will be no additional impact downstream. That's what we have to meet.
Mhm.
So go
Um,
ahead, just agreeing with
It-
you.
Yeah, it's I think we've heard testimony about the site development. Although we don't know exactly how this is going to work. What we're actually looking at is a subdivision and not a development plan. But I would suspect that actually as part of the development plan, significant soil and erosion plan would be submitted with that as well to make sure that it doesn't flood out onto the streets of Longview and Gilliam. I did see the pictures that were provided. Yes, I could, see that the water does kind of rush down all of the streets. We kind of appreciated seeing the pictures from the storm the other day. But I don't believe that actually this property as it's developed is going to contribute to that. And any effect actually might even help prevent some of the drainage issues going down Longview. It's funny actually.
Really,
Mr.
the
Dean-
key point, you're making a very important point there, I think.
It's interesting. It's actually I did the same calculation just now that Mr. DeAndrew did about actually a single family residence, 4,000 square feet per floor above grade. That's a significant home plus pool plus everything else. And actually, looking at the aerial photograph, there are significant large homes that take up a good portion of property all over in the neighborhood. So. A single family, very large single family home would still be in character with the neighborhood. But, even looking to the north out to Riverside Avenue, smaller homes and smaller lots is kind of the norm. So I understand the concerns of the neighbors of having their property values destroyed, but I'm not seeing that here. I'm seeing actually just, additional homes being built. Although they're closer together, they're moderate in size, just as the other houses on Armstrong are.
Anybody else have comments, thoughts, where you're coming out? No?
Are we talking about the oak anymore?
Well, one of the things that we've asked Mr. DeAndrea, there's a few things that we asked him the last time, and we should probably confirm that he's still in agreement, but that he's gonna save that oak.
Seems
You
like an
need
easy
to,
thing to do.
and also all of the comments, and Mr. DeAndrea had agreed the last time, but let's just go over them. The original comments from conservation regarding the planting trends. We were gonna transport planting. I don't remember all of them. Let me just look real fast, but it was, the planting was gonna be moved into the open space. Just scrolling through. If anybody has it open, Nick, I'm getting there. So the oak, Mr. DeAndrea, why don't you just go back and confirm for us that you will be complying with the original comments from conservation on this?
Am I on? Okay. I discussed that with the owner, the developer, the contract purchaser, however you want to refer to him. The final design of the home on the northerly lot, which is parcel Y, there is going to be a concerted effort to save the oak tree, which is centered along that northern property line. It can be done by sliding the house to the south and minimizing the side yard setback to the common line. Flipping the house has the potential of saving one more tree, although in one scheme that we did, providing a back out area could provide some jeopardy to that tree along Armstrong Lane. So it's a balancing act that we're aware of. As I said, right now we're losing or potentially losing 2 trees in our current plan, and we will endeavor to save the one. We have on the north side. We have no objection to transplanting trees into the open, transplanting shrubs and bushes that are salvageable into the open space. And we would certainly work with conservation to identify the proper locations for that. We do want to densify that landscaping along the open space, as long as it's understood by the commission that we will be working in there to strengthen the landscaping.
Yes, and that you're going to you would follow what the comments are. I'm still not finding them. The original comments from conservation, which
I have
include
them.
replacement. You got them. You
Yes.
got the original the tree replacement, the native species.
What about the delineation?
And then yes, I don't know if she had it. I'm not recalling whether she asked.
Boulders or a retaining wall?
She wanted us to consider boulder. I'm sorry, a retaining wall in order to protect it, the open space. Mr. DeAndrea, what did you say about that the last time?
We do not like the idea of a retaining wall. It's an obstruction of the visual and otherwise, and the grading that we have proposed or needed, we do not need a retaining wall along that side. I don't think that's appropriate. Boulders are nice along a wetland because the boundary can be lost. In this location, you can easily measure X number of feet off the south side of the house to know that you're in violation of that line. So we have a monument, if you will, by the location of the house, which is easily identified. So no, we don't prefer boulders. We don't prefer a retaining wall that has no purpose. The fence is offensive in this particular location because I think it's beneficial for everybody to enjoy.
Okay, so you're willing to go with the sunken boulders. We would do the sunken boulders.
If we have to, we will.
So you're going to add the preservation of the tree. And I think the key thing here is the additional comments she made about the planting, to do 4 new natives to do native trees for the ones that are being lost, and to minimize so we're going to just spell out all those. If we were to go ahead, we would spell out to you. I think that the thing to do would be to work with staff to get to the satisfaction that you have maximized what you can do for the environment in this site, because to the extent that you get deep-rooted plants here, you're also going to improve the drainage, and that's what this neighborhood is looking for. Does anybody else have comments at this time? Sorry, Mr. DeAndrea, to interrupt you. I'm just trying to move us on a little bit. Been here for 3 hours now.
I sort of will pose this as somewhat as a statement and somewhat as a question. But the application, as I think Mr. Hardman, I believe, articulated, strikes at the heart of an ongoing issue before the commission, and that is the protection of neighborhoods and properties in town. But the elephant in the room here is to what extent the commission would seem to be hamstrung by the regulations that seem to support this development. So I don't know, it's something that I don't think the quote public fully appreciates, and I am very sympathetic to the neighbors who feel very strongly that this is and it is an issue. I have no doubt that the further development here poses a threat to their property values. But we as a commission just may not be able to respond favorably to their issues. And I appreciate any comment. I mean, I'm new, so.
Well, okay, so just to be clear, when we do a subdivision and it meets our regulations, it should not be destroying property values. That's how our subdivisions regulations were written to protect them. If you believe that it is destroying property values, then we need to revisit them. But we would not be able to approve something that the regulars who were voting on it believed would be destroying property values. However, Mr. Hardman has made the same point that you have, and it's in our POCD. We need to revisit the regulations and look at what is being allowed, what is called in town the build out potential, and whether that needs to change and how it should change. And it's one of the reasons we formed a regulation subcommittee on the commission last week. And this is one of the questions that's going to be addressed is, where do we need to change regulations to implement the POCD? And this question that Mr. Hardman raised is key. How much development? Do we allow too much development? Are there places we should slow it down? But that is not a question for this application. This application has to meet the current regulations. Katie, do you want to throw anything in?
Yeah, I was just going to say also that this property is in the coastal area management overlay zone. So when the applications come in, they will have to go through an additional process for their sign off. So just note that.
Well, one of the things I was going to ask you is if staff, when the development plans come in for this, we could always ask staff that if there are concerns about it. Okay, if there are concerns, I got to talk quick, you could refer it to us.
Right.
So one of the things is when you get this in, given the nature of the environmental and the drainage and the development concerns, staff can refer it to us and elevate it to the commission to review the actual development plans. And we've done that before with specifically coastal applications. Because as Victoria says, we have a lot of say in the nature of a coastal development. So that's an option, and we could ask for it now if you guys wanted. Dave, is that something you're interested in?
Yes.
Okay, so you want to see this come back to us for development if we approve it?
If they think there is strong basis, then I think you need to consider it.
Okay, so that's something that gives additional safeguard to the neighborhood. Okay, anybody else have comments? This is a regular meeting item. So if we're ready to close and decide, or do you guys want to leave it open? Do you want to see further changes? The key thing that needs to be addressed is the conservation issues, the planting, the open space. I believe the drainage has been as addressed as it can be. But does anybody have anything else to throw in?
No. I say we close it.
Okay, Peter wants to close it. Dennis? Yeski?
Close it.
Hardman? Are you able to close? Are you willing to close?
Yeah. I thought we were discussing the notion that we should give further consideration under the coastal.
Oh, yeah. Once we've decided the subdivision, then when they come in with a building proposal, we would have it come back to us, which would not normally be the case. But we can ask for it to come back to us.
Madam Chair, it should be closed at this meeting.
Hold on. Dave, I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
I think the item should be closed.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. DeAndrea?
I would ask the commission to consider very carefully whether it's appropriate or necessary to bring this application individually back to the commission for review.
We're going to let Katie decide that.
Excuse me?
We're going to let Katie make the call on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. This is a technically in the coastal zone, but there are no coastal resources. We are so far removed, and we are totally compliant with all the conservation and engineering aspects of this development. This is
As you
benefit, I
know,
think, to the neighborhood. But anyway.
as you know, I'm just pointing out to you, Mr. DeAndrea, that review of these kinds of applications, of coastal applications, is an authority that the commission delegates to staff and that we can take it back at any time. So if
That's reassuring. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, so, okay, I gotta mute. All right, it's closed. I'm sorry. It's closed. This always happens. If I could have a motion, Mr. McRae.
Okay. Armstrong Lane, application PLPZ 2020-048 for a final coastal subdivision in the R12 zone. Applicant has requested division of a 28,090 square foot lot into two 12,000 square foot parcels, providing 4,090 square feet of, or 14.9% of open space. Whereas the applicant meets the standards of section 6258, 260, 261, 266, 271, so on and so forth of the Town of Greenwich subdivision regulations and section 205 of the building zone regulations. The commission finds that conservation had issued comments on 714, concurring with the applicant's engineer on the location of the open space, and also issued comments on 528, recommending for 4 new native trees or shrubs to be provided to mitigate the loss of 4 existing trees, and had recommended that sunken boulders be used to demarcate the open space. Zoning issued a memo on 52720 stating the proposal meets the requirements of the building zone regulations. DPW issued comments on 62420 indicating all outstanding issues could be addressed prior to the zoning building permit. And a memo on 7920 DPW engineering indicated the proposed curtain drain concept would be acceptable. Sewer division issued comments on 52920 indicating no issues to be addressed during the P&Z phase. Open space in a letter dated 0720, July 7th, 2020. The applicant's civil engineer outlined issues in relocating the open space to the center of the property, but found it not preferable. The applicant will submit the appropriate declaration of open space for the open area. Staff is to determine if the development of the sites will require further review by Planning and Zoning Commission at a later date. An applicant to address any outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues. Therefore, a motion to approve the subdivision.
Just one second. You said the demarcation boulders, right? I missed that.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and the 10-foot distance, that's a standard DPW clause, it'll go in.
Yes.
And the signature block and all that. Okay, do I have a second for that? Mr. Levy has seconded. I'll take a voice vote. Mr. Yeski?
Yes.
Mr. Levy? Mr. McRae?
Yes.
And Mr. Hardman?
Yes.
And I'm an aye as well. And with that, it's a 5-0. And we will move on to our next application, which is Adam and Rachel Weltzman, my apologies, for a final coastal site plan at 11 Eggleston Lane. And is the applicant ready to speak? Patrick, applicant at Eggleston?
Mr. Hegney, I'm sorry.
Oh, there he is. I see him. All right, Mr. Hegney. And you guys want to take a quick break after this one? That was a yes from
Okay.
Yeski?
Yes.
Yes.
That's fine.
Yes.
All right, good. Okay, Mr. Hegney, we got you. Hello?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. With me is Bill Kenny, our landscape architect, and Carolyn Matthews, our certified arborist for the project. This is a coastal site plan application. It has an existing house, which is at elevation 7.9 on the first floor. The property is located in the AE 13 and the VE 16 zones. The proposal is to construct the house completely along with the decks in the AE 13 zone, with the first floor being elevation 14 and a half. The house and the site plan have been developed and designed to comply with town, FEMA, and DEEP requirements. We filed this application in March, and we have been working with the staff at DEP for the last few months to address their concerns, which you can see from the memo that was part of your briefing packet. We have done. We have also addressed comments from the sewer department. They have indicated that we need to replace the sewer lateral. The site will also need to have new gas lines, new water lines, and have the electric wires placed underground as well. And this results in a fair amount of site work in itself. As far as engineering is concerned, the drainage summary report has been found to be acceptable by our town engineer, subject to some minor changes which can be made prior to the zoning permit issuance. We took this to the Board of Appeals in February. We received variances of the front yard and street side setbacks. The existing house is non-conforming as to a number of setbacks besides being non-conforming as to the flood zone elevation. And the board recognized that this was a significant improvement from the house that is there now. Pat, if you could bring up slide number 2. This property is bounded by 3 streets. Eggleston Lane is the only one that conforms to the right-of-way. Oak Lane, which is to the north, is woefully deficient in width. And the Cove Road to the south, which is out actually past the high tide line, is also deficient. Even though it is a paper street and even though it can never be constructed, we still had to meet the setbacks for Greenwich Cove Road, so that, or lane rather, so that we had to get the variances for that. ZBA recognized the public purpose of constructing a home that meets current flood zone requirements and satisfies the DEP requirements as well. There was one issue that the zoning enforcement officer had, which we revised our floor area worksheets and section to address. And there was a memo I received just after 3 o'clock today, which indicated that we had satisfied his issue regarding how the FAR was computed and included the proper area that he required. The only thing that was outstanding previously was comments from the Conservation Commission. There were comments on providing native plantings, which Mr. Kenny was allotted for. They also wanted us to provide a plan for how to control invasive plants, the Japanese knotweed, and we've provided that to staff as well.
And we also wanted the vegetative buffer.
Well, we have planting along the southerly side of the property facing the cove. But right now, all there is lawn, not only just for this house, but all the houses up and down where this seawall is along the southerly side of the property. To require something like that here when we're not having an impact on coastal resources, and the DEP has determined that, we don't think is appropriate.
Well, we'd still like you to do it.
Well,
I'm gonna
we-
say
we've
this
worked-
to you, Mr. Hegney. I'm gonna say this to you. We'd very much would like you to do it. It is in the deep guidelines. We believe it's important. And just because something has been badly done in the past is no reason not to try to restore it to something that supports the habitats and is less environmentally damaging. So that the other big elephant in the room that we were on, as you know, is the tree.
Yes.
So could we get to the discussion of the tree, because we've all been spending a lot of time talking about it.
Yes, and that's why I asked Bill Kenny and Carolyn Matthews, arborist in his office, to join us, and asked Bill to go over initially, and then have Carolyn address the specifics of it. So Bill, if you could chime in here and address the comments of conservation and of the Tree Conservancy.
Sure. Good evening. I am Bill Kenny. I'm the principal of William Kenny Associates in Fairfield. I'm a professional wetland scientist, soil scientist, and landscape architect, and have a graduate degree in environmental management from the Yale School of Forestry. So we were retained to help with the project, put together the planting plan, and work with the team. And then also to look at the beech tree, the large beech tree on the property. And just in summary, it is our conclusion that any development of this property it's unavoidable to not impact that tree significantly. And Carolyn can get into the details of those. And that, with that being said, we agree with the Conservation Commission's recommendations that it's appropriate to plant 3 new shade trees in place of that. And obviously they're much smaller, but when that tree was first planted, it was a small tree as well. And I think just something to keep in mind when you look at a tree like this in a neighborhood like this, that you really should look at the forest, the suburban forest in the neighborhood, and consider it within that context, and particularly the size of the property. The types of, when we talk about upgrading to current environmental standards with drainage and adding utilities and introducing, connecting utilities to the house, that all these things are really important to consider. And I know that different age class trees within a neighborhood, within a forest, is very important. And within 120 feet of this tree, there are 4 other trees, 3 of them being 24 to 30 inches in diameter, a couple oak trees, a maple tree, sycamore tree, or 4 trees. One of the maple is about 16 inches. So very close to this tree, there's 4 other trees that'll remain. We'll add in some young trees. It's good to have that different age class, that these trees cycle through in a neighborhood like this, that some trees just, in my opinion, as a landscape architect and as an environmentalist, that at some point they need to be replaced with something else. And no tree is obviously going to live forever. And that when you're proposing to redevelop a property, it's really an opportune time to replace and regenerate the site. And I think, and that is also very helpful when you consider a coastal property like this that is prone to many windstorms, and larger trees tend to take more damage and loss in those storms. And it's good to have various age trees within the neighborhood. So now we'll have these 4 trees within 120 feet and 3 younger trees nearby. So if larger trees are damaged or lost during those storms, you have these younger trees that are there and ready to take off and fill the gap. So with that said,
Mr. Kenny, if I may,
yes.
Mr. Leroy, could you bring up page 2 of the Greenwich Tree Conservancy presentation? That gives us a good example of what the tree is all about.
Sure.
But Mr. Kenny, I'd like to ask, just to understand, it's the intention of the development is to take the Copper Beech tree down?
That's correct.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Just wanted to know. Has any development or alternate development been looked at in terms of relocating the utilities and the partial drainage? It's going through the root ball, but it would seem that maybe it's an opportunity to maybe go around it. In addition, maybe Mr. Hegney later on can address the reason that there's the wall there. It could be a Great Plain wall or something that actually goes through the root ball as well.
So we have considered other designs. Even we said, what if you were to build on the existing footprint, which requires zoning variances and things like that. We're trying to balance a number of planning requirements to bring this property up to current standards. But even then, particularly with this tree, a beech tree is much more susceptible to damage than an oak tree when it comes to disturbance from construction. It's very shallow rooted. And so even if you were building within the existing footprint, it's our belief that you would ultimately cause the death of the tree with various improvements on this site. You look at this tree, this tree at this age warrants a much bigger property. The constraints, the low branching, the form, it's a beautiful form, and the low branching and arboretums are mentioned in the memo. And I think that's, this has served its purpose for the neighborhood for many, many years. And I think it's at some point, everything reaches a point where it's an opportune time to start over. And that this, on a very small property like this, really puts a lot of constraints on the property, particularly with a tree that has that type of form, very low branching. You notice to the right, there's a sycamore tree that's reaching over into the canopy of this tree in the photo. And and to the left is the pin oak tree in the back. And so and then we'll be planting 3 new trees within that gap.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Anybody else want to make any comments?
Yeah, I would like to make it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Mr. Kenny made the point, this is a 100-year-old tree, and there are various age trees around it that are important, but there isn't one of this age. And here's a tree that has withstood all the threats that have been tossed at it for 100 years. And now, somewhat arguably arbitrarily, we're going to say, well, thanks, Mr. or Mrs. Tree. You've served your purpose, and we're taking you out of commission. I don't understand why we're killing off this tree. And I think before we just sort of arbitrarily and somewhat whimsically dismiss this tree that has been there for so long, we need to pay a little bit more attention to it. I don't know how other people feel.
Yeah. Does anybody else want to weigh in? Mr. Hegney, before you reply to Mr. Lowe, if you would let the rest of the commission comment.
Certainly.
They have anything?
I like what Peter said.
And Victoria?
I understand.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Levy. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Victoria raised her hand and I thought you were done. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yes. And I think that the character of the street is certainly affected in a very positive way by these large trees in this neighborhood. So it would be a shame to lose such a tree. I understand why the developer wants to do what they want to do, but it would be nice to find some compromise and keep the tree.
Yep. Ms. Goss?
I just looked up the age expectancy of it's an American beech, but looking online, something from Penn State says that an American beech can live for 300 to 400 years. So maybe it's not time for this tree to take Bye.
I think it's a copper beech, though. It is
An American beach?
a copper
Well-
beech is not an American beech.
Anybody else want to make a comment while Victoria double checks that? And we do have a hand raised, so if nobody wants to comment, I was going to go to the public. Mr. Hegney. Oh, wait. Mr. Yeski wants to say something, and then
As
Mr.
we
Hegney.
said yesterday, I think we have a lot of time on this application, right?
Yeah, we've got time.
And I don't think anybody's convinced that they've done enough work to convince us that this tree's got to go. And I think everybody's saying the same thing. We've got the time. It's nice to have Mr. Kenny say what he said, but we're not convinced.
Yep.
So the difference between a copper beech and American beech is simply that copper beech has a branching structure which is much lighter than an American beech, and therefore the wind can go through it a little bit more easily, and not quite as affected as an American beech could, because the limbs are much larger, have a tendency to be much larger. So I think that, but that's one of the reasons why it survived, is because it is a copper beech.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, if I could ask Carolyn Matthews to do her provide her analysis of the tree.
Sure. Ms. Matthews, why don't you go ahead?
Hi, everyone. I'm Carolyn Matthews with William Kenny Associates. I'm a certified arborist. I hold the tree risk assessment qualification as an arborist. I'm also an ecologist with William Kenny Associates. And I went to this property to do an assessment just on this tree. So Bill talked about it from kind of a macro scale. I looked at it in two ways. One, through condition as the property stands now, and second, through the lens of the proposed project design. And as been pointed out, and it's pretty evident, it's a healthy tree. It's beautiful. It's been there probably 100 or so years. It is a European beech. I'll make that distinction. Copper beech is the same as European beech. So non-native, and does have a little bit more of a susceptibility to root disease than American beeches do. Typically, you tend to start seeing beeches die out after about 200 years. In this area, it's very common that trees have been going down. So it's a little bit surprising that this tree hasn't. Looking at it as it exists today, the canopy radius is approximately 40 feet. Where the dwelling is proposed and the improvements in the dwelling are proposed is well within that canopy radius. So that's the critical roots of the tree, which are already have a low tolerance for disturbance. Because of the low branching nature, the height of the house is going to be cut into the side of the tree as well. So given that, it makes this tree would not survive given those development proposals. As Bill and Tom mentioned earlier, trying to stay within the constraints of the different town boards and commissions, we have looked at other development opportunities with drainage and utility. Anywhere you put the house and remaining in compliance is going to significantly impact the root zone. So I would say that we have looked at that in detail. We have made that assessment. And, I would turn to Tom, if further assessment is needed or anything like that. There's advanced inspections of the tree that may, find that it's not a healthy tree 40 feet up that I might not be able to see from the ground.
So if you were to save that tree, just for the sake of argument, how far out from the drip line would you have to put your fencing or whatever it is in order to feel secure that you would be able to save the tree?
So ideally, in a perfect world, you don't do anything within the drip line of the tree. Now, obviously, that's not practical, and the more you encroach into the drip line becomes a give and take game of how much and where you're doing it. And so you don't want to lose about 25% of the root zone and canopy, which is what we're looking at right now with this current.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matthews. Does anybody else on the commission want to make a comment? Mr. Yeski, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to ask both Mr. Kenny and Caroline, have they seen cases where extraordinary protection is taken for these kinds of trees and the tree survives. I don't mean normal, like, hey, we'd like to put a plastic fence up. I mean, you're going to go out of your way to protect this tree to the extent that it's humanly possible. Have you seen that case where other places the tree has survived? Yes or no?
In my experience, it's only when you start to protect everything under the drip line or beyond that. And when you look at this tree, just going to scale this off on the drawing, that "40 feet out" only leaves you about 15 feet from the other property line. So it's spanning almost the full width of the property. It's within about 15 feet of the farthest property line.
Have you seen cases where the tree, extra effort is taken and the tree, and they've built and moved both into the drip line, yet the tree survived?
Not with a beech tree. I've seen it with oak trees. Oak trees are much more adapted or tolerant of disturbances like that. Beech are very sensitive to that.
I have one last question. What happens on the depiction of this tree that was presented in the application? Would it appear to show that the right-hand portion of the tree nearest that street has been sort of shaved down or trimmed or what have you? Does that, if that happens, does that redefine the quote canopy? So, or do you assume that the root structure goes out to the original canopy? I mean, how do you define canopy with regard to the root structure when you are trimming a tree?
Sure. So there's no set definition for that reason. And when you're talking about critical roots or structural roots, really there's no surefire way of knowing where the roots are until you excavate and find them. So the drip line is used as, a
approximation.
And I would say also on that side where the branches have been trimmed, there's also the road there. So the roots are a bit more discernment altogether. Since I did this, I can say I went to the opposite side and measured out from like the property portion of the canopy radius.
Okay, any other
Mr.
comments?
Kenny, yeah, Mr. Kenny, just a quick question. You're saying the drip line's at 40 feet. Is that diameter through the center of the tree, or is that the radius from the center of the tree?
That's the radius. And that's
radius.
That's the drip line, and that's a rule of thumb for the those critical roots. And when you consider, for example, the street is on one side, you're going to have more roots on the other side into the property that are because it's going to have some roots under the tree, but most of its roots it's going to send out into the property that are supporting that tree. So it's a higher density of roots into the property than due to the street on the other side. So,
Mr. Kenny, isn't it true that that if this tree is really 100 years old, it had already sent out roots underneath that road, and who knows what that road looked like 100 years ago, and that it has withstood having that pavement above it, and it has been able to receive nutrients and water, whatever it needs. It's not as if its root structure has been truncated on the roadside. It has sent roots under there and probably beyond the road on the other side. I'm not an arborist. I'm asking you to just try to clarify that.
there's certainly some roots under there, but I'm certain that they're at a much lower density than the opposite side. And that tree, I looked at the 1934 aerial. The street was there, and that tree likely was put in there. Even if the pavement came after the tree, it would have caused the death of a percentage of the root system. And the fact that the tree roots are looking for water and air, oxygen is very important for the tree roots, and so that's that's the exact same reason why we're saying by disturbance on the property is going to adversely affect the tree. So there'll be roots under the street, but at a far less lower density than on the property. It's going to seek and go out and be most vibrant in areas where the roots can grow the best.
Mr. Hegney, we've got some members of the public with a hand up, and that person is from the Tree Conservancy, so I think it might be appropriate to ask her to speak at this time. Ms. Messina, if you would go ahead. You should be ready to go, Ms. Messina. There you go. Okay.
Good evening. I was looking for my colleague to speak as well, but here is
Is Susan Allen your colleague?
No, Francia.
Francia. Okay, there was Susan Allen had her hand up. Okay, so let me. You would like Francia to speak at the same time?
That'd be great, or she could speak first.
Okay, on her way.
While we're getting her, let me just say that I don't. We find ourselves very often in this position, and I would love not to be, where we're talking about a tree or not a tree, where we should be talking about how do we coexist and how can we get a wonderful house with a wonderful pool and a tree that's lived for the 100 years living together. And there should be ways that we can do that.
Okay. Ms. Alvarez is ready to go.
Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Great. So first, thank you for your service and all the hard work that everyone does there.
Oh, thank you.
Due to the COVID-19, God bless you all. Due to COVID-19, Town Hall has been closed. Therefore, it has been impossible to access the specific town documents for deed restrictions, association right-of-ways, covenants, etc., pertaining to the property at 11 Eggleston prior to 1952. Therefore, the GTC asked that this item on the P&Z agenda be postponed until Town Hall is open and the public has access to these basement documents. If a postponement is not in order, then we would like to address.
Can we speak to that?
Conservancy is.
I'm sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
Margarita, can you respond to that?
Yes. Whether or not we leave it open, I'll poll the commission on it and we can leave the item open. I don't know when you would be able, I don't know that it could be until Town Hall is fully open, but maybe an arrangement could be made where you can access documents, but the commission would have to agree to it in total. So I would ask them what they want to do.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
But so far,
so
far there seems to be significant support from the commission for trying to save this tree, in if it's possible somehow.
Yes.
Okay. So the Greenwich Tree Conservancy is a nonprofit, was founded in January of 2007 because of a shared concern that there's insufficient recognition of the importance of trees in enhancing our community. When the GTC considers whether to comment on development applications, some of our considerations include potential impacts to specimen trees, significant stands of trees, the tree canopy, and the ecosystem services that the trees provide. The over 100-year-old copper beech is a resident at 11 Eggleston. It is well over 80 feet tall with a spectacular tree canopy, and the branches that reach out almost as wide as the tree is tall. When you enter the Shorelands Association, there is a copper beech to greet you. And then you wind your way to Eggleston, and there are bookends to the Shorelands Association. Protecting this copper beech as part of our townwide tree canopy is crucial to our green infrastructure and our community. The benefits of mature, significant trees are almost always directly related to the volume of the tree's crown and the area of leaf surface within that crown. The more leaf surface area, the more photosynthesis, the more water that the tree will transpire. The more carbon it will pull from the atmosphere, and the more surface area for atmospheric pollutants to settle upon. Healthy trees contribute much more in ecosystem services than do an equivalent number of smaller trees whose trunk diameters add up to the same. This copper beech is significant, a historic specimen tree that must be saved. It is the type of arboretum quality that you find at the New York City Botanical Gardens. Yet we are fortunate to see it here in Old Greenwich, where it was inundated by Superstorm Sandy's rains, winds, and salt water that flooded properties in the area. After surviving Mother Nature's assault, this copper beech is now before you under assault again, but this time by the threat of a chainsaw. There were a lot of wonderful words that tried to capture this tree prior to it coming to planning and zoning. The real estate listing said gorgeous specimen plantings, including a 100-year-plus old copper beech tree, grace this flat, spacious property. For 3 planning and zoning, 3 PZBA commissioners' comments were, "That is a great tree to save. Will it be protected? I would love to see this tree stay. It's gorgeous." The Conservation Department on the eastern said, on the eastern side of the existing residence grows a 40-inch DBH beech. This specimen tree is not only the most remarkable tree in the neighborhood, but important for coastal habitat and stormwater management, windbreaking, soil protection, and shade. The applicant should put all efforts to preserve this tree. The house at 11 Eggleston is in the FEMA flood zone within a tidal flat area. During Superstorm Sandy, the high water elevation was measured at 10.2 feet NAVD. And in fact, the applicant's coastal site plan review states the entire property is subject to high velocity water wave action during a large storm. Yet with 100+ years of storms and flooding, this copper beech still stands. And as the lady from Mr. Kinney's office, and who's an arborist, said, it's a healthy tree. The 2019 Plan of Conservation talks about the importance of maintaining and town's distinct space by promoting tree preservation. It states, beyond the aesthetic issues caused by significantly modified landscapes, altering landscapes can also obstruct the natural processes of wildlife habitats, stormwater flow, air movement throughout the landscape. This copper beech is the epitome of what the POCD is talking about saving. Can be granted without detriment to the public welfare or impairment to the integrity of the regulations. Prior to the sale, the applicant went before PZBA and was granted variances on the setbacks. By providing these variances, the copper beech was put into jeopardy. It is important that the standard Greenwich setback regulations for an R12 zone be adhered to. Integrity of the regulations such that
Ms. Alvarez, you're breaking up. We're having trouble hearing you.
Okay.
Or at least on my end.
Okay. In addition to the, according to the GIS map submitted, the copper beech appears to sit on the property line. Is this a boundary tree? All of the property owners, if it is, all of the property owners share in the responsibility for it. When this project is completed, neighbors will look towards the vistas down to the end of Eggleston Lane and see a new house 45 feet 11 inches in height, towering over other properties, with a landscaping plan for now it's 3 2.5-inch pin oaks and 6 8-foot arborvitae. There will be no screening from this house towering over the neighbor's property. But if kept, the 80-foot copper beech would provide privacy for the owners and screening for the neighbors. The added benefits of the beech tree are the interception of 3,300 gallons of rainwater per year. P&Z has seen this before. A large tree comes down and neighboring properties flood. Yet in contradiction, the applicant is requesting credits for low development 3 times for minimum site disturbances, for avoiding disturbances of steep slopes and protecting natural flow pathways, which states site design should use and/or improve natural drainage pathways whenever possible to reduce or eliminate the need for stormwater pipe networks. Finally, with all the discussion of this magnificent Copper Beach, we appreciate that an arborist was consulted. In conclusion, while the GTC cannot predict how long a tree will live, perhaps some might think
He's
that
gone.
this tree is nearly true. The beech trees can live to 250 years or more, so this tree is not even halfway through its life. Tree growth rates increase continuously as trees get bigger and bigger. While trees do not stop getting taller, they continue to get wider, packing on more and more mass the older they get. Because in the world of trees, the oldest members of the forest are doing the most to pull the carbon dioxide out of the air and store it as carbon in their wood at a tremendous rate. For all these reasons, this glorious, significant Copper Beech must be saved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alvarez. Ms. Messina, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think that speaks for itself. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay. Do you have any comments? Anybody have any further comments from the commission on this application? Mr. Hardman.
This may sound like heresy, but it's a question for Katie. You know, there's a paper road in front of this home. We're almost in the water, I think. Ever been any consideration for preserving a tree like this and using any of that, the width of that paper road for the applicant's construction or calculations of where they have to build? This just seems to be sort of an extraordinary circumstance where we really should pay attention to this tree, but is there something that could be done that acknowledges the town of Greenwich's concern and balance that with the property rights of the owner?
Well, I don't think we've done anything like that for a tree per se, but I do know that there is some history with that road, quite a significant history, in fact, and a confusing one, so much so that I actually I have a file on it, a 14-page file on it, which I can share with the commission and with the applicant so you can take a look at it. But at one point, I think Mr. Hagan, you probably remember this, there have been some discrepancy with how one zoning enforcement officer viewed that paper road versus another, not on this property, but on one of the other ones on the road. So there is a history with respect to that paper road. I'd have to go back through the variances granted for some of the other properties with respect to that road to see how it's been considered in the past, so I can answer your question more thoroughly. So all I can really say at this point is there is a significant history.
Okay, so
I'd just like us to think creatively. I mean, this is an extraordinary natural resource, and is there some way to do something for the homeowner, the prospective homeowner, that would sort of offset the things that we're asking to do for this, to keep this tree.
Right.
Mr. Harbin, I just want to make sure I understand. You're suggesting that the development encroach into the paper road, or the development just be closer to the paper road, but still within its property boundaries?
The latter. I think the former is even more heretical than I could come up with.
But I would like to explore this idea of Mr. Hardman's, and based on what he's suggesting, Katie, and the fact that you have an extensive file, since we have time on this application, I'd suggest that we do two things: explore the stuff that you've got, what the history is, and second, leave the applicant with some time to rethink their position on the tree, whether it could be saved, whether they would be able to adequately protect it with their own design. I don't know how it makes sense to structure the discussion, Katie, but, and also don't forget about that vegetative buffer. So if we would like to explore this, folks, could we just agree to leave this open now?
Madam Chair, there's some hands raised in the audience still, by the way. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Susan Allen, your hand had come up and down and I did not realize it was back up. There we go. And there you go. I'm very sorry. Ms. Allen, you can go ahead.
Oh, did I unmute? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're good. And if
Oh,
you want to
okay.
turn on your vid, you're good. But if you don't want to, that's fine too.
Well, I wanted to speak to the house plans and not the tree. That's why I took my hand down. So nothing to say at this point.
Oh, that's okay. You want to talk to the house plans? Go right ahead.
Oh, okay. We're across the cove and we look directly at, I can put this on somehow, start video.
Don't worry about it. We're hearing you.
Okay.
There you go. Hello.
We look directly at the house and it's right now it's just a square box and the plans are, I've seen the plans and they look wonderful. So I wanted to say, as a neighbor who can see from across the cove, it'd be lovely to have a beautiful house there. And we've known Rachel since she was a little girl, the applicant. So we would be happy to see her in a beautiful house that fits in with the rest of the cove.
Thank you very much, Miss Allen.
Okay, thank you.
Bye. Mr. Moran, Ryan Moran, you have your hand up. Go ahead. There you go, Mr. Moran. You should be ready to go. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
We can hear you. We can see you. You're good.
Oh, excellent. Hi, my name's Ryan Moran. I'm with RPM Home and the developer on the project. I just wanted to.
Hey, great.
I wanted to share some remarks and comments. There's been a lot of great discussion, but I think there's some information that would be really helpful to the commission and committee members to understand that may add some context to the discussion and sort of what we've gone through along with our team and along with the homeowners. A couple of things that I think are really important. One is it's important to understand the context of the requirements and the different groups and basically items that have to be satisfied in order to go forward with this sort of development. And as I think a lot of the committee members are aware, in addition to having concerns about things like the tree, which I don't think anyone here is contesting the beauty of the tree or the values of trees in terms of the environment and the benefits. We've looked closely at the tree with the homeowner, along with understanding the zoning, building, DEP, CAM regulation, the engineering requirements around water quality management, sewer requirements, conservation requirements, the detailed review of Shorelands Association, as well as some other vegetative invasive species concerns that had to be addressed. I think the homeowner's done a great job in investing the time and the money to both really understand the tree. And I just want to express they've had concerns and been really focused on wanting to figure out what options and alternatives that there may be for the tree. And they've got to look at that in the context of, as part of this development, it can't be done in a vacuum, right? There's these other departments that have to be carefully considered and make sure that the house is FEMA compliant, that there is appropriate water quality management on the site, that the zoning regulations, this is a highly non-conforming location. If you've looked at some of the aerial maps, the existing house is in violation of zoning setbacks in a large way. It's also very close to the coastal feature, which is a huge problem. So in looking at that and being sensitive to it and taking in context, what they've learned is that We've been looking at a minimally invasive plan, as I think Bill and Carolyn mentioned, which is trying to do a house where the existing house is, or maybe even pushing it closer to the water, which the committee or anyone would ever allow. Just to upgrade, engineering said the sewer has to be fully updated. It was scoped and reviewed. The excavation along the lines of the sewer alone would create significant root damage. The second portion of the review is, as you know, water quality management and stormwater considerations on these sites as part of the new regulations is requisite. And in order to handle the recharge requirements and put the underground detention center, which based on this site configuration is only going to fit towards the back of the property. That alone, and again, keeping the existing house footprint, for example, but bringing it up to standards would significantly and adversely impact the route. So they've gone through this analysis, and without even getting through, the 5 other levels of detail, it is surely impossible to not adversely impact this to the bare minimum, to where you'd have a safety issue that if you even could keep it, that there'd be concern and risk of this thing coming down on a new structure. And that was looking at just keeping sort of the existing house where it is, if we could even ever get the variances to do that, which I think is largely impossible. So I just want the committee to understand that they've gone through the steps of having detailed conversations with Shorelands, the association. They understand the tree. They've been there. They live with it. They've completely reviewed and approved the proposed site plan and development. Obviously, we've worked closely with engineering, the sewer department, with DEP, zoning. We've looked at this from a lot of different levels. Conservation obviously has looked at it. These guys have been working hard on a remediation effort of some Japanese knotweed, mile-emitted vine. So they're working very sensitively with those groups. So there's been a lot of time and attention here, and I understand we're talking about adding time. I just want to, understand what proactively is really, what additional new information we're going to be seeking, because we have taken the time of looking at alternative development. Additionally, there was a few comments I just want to respond to, which is the Conservancy had mentioned about the property boundary. The tree is on the property. It's not on the boundary or a street tree or anything. It's firmly on the owner's property, so it's not owned by anybody else. No one has discretion. That's very clear from the A2 surveys that were submitted. It's delineated very clearly. We talked a little bit about the paper road discussion. If you look at the site plan, that paper road is clearly out, in the water. And the existing house is already very close to the seawall. So the potential to shift it anymore towards the cove, the estuary, can't see how that would be possible based on this site configuration. The ultimate determination was that it's the large nature of this tree and how it kind of has overpowered the site. It just makes it nearly impossible to do anything without adversely impacting it and creating a safety risk for any kind of development. And I think that's why ultimately we came to the conclusion that we have, and have kind of come up with the most sensitive and respectable way to both plant additional trees on the property, shade and screening. Also, we've looked into reuse of the tree. I want to mention from a development point of view, we've looked at ways to repurpose it and use it as a memoriam, if you will, into the house, as well as use it for other developments. We're talking to mill shops about how to repurpose it. And I do want to comment that the owners have made a very charitable donation to a large tree organization who will be planting somewhere between 500 and 1,000 trees. Rachel Weitzman can comment to that further, but just as a gesture, because they do care about the environment and they do care about trees and they care about the benefits they give to the environment and nature. So I just want to share that information so you have the context. So thank you for your time.
Any comments on that? Anybody have any comments? Okay, what does the commission want to do with this?
Madam Chair, if I could just have a couple of moments.
Okay. Go ahead.
First of all, this is not a developer. As the call states, this is Adam and Rachel Weitzman who are building this as their home. It's been designed specifically for them. They're not doing this as developers. They're doing this as homeowners and moving into the neighborhood. They have worked with the neighborhood, and we have emails that we've submitted to the staff showing that there is support from the Shorelands Association for this, including the removal of the tree. This is a private neighborhood. This is not an arboretum. This is not a public park. And this is one tree on a 12,000 square foot lot that significantly impacts how you're able to use this. There are other impacts, not just the paper street, which doesn't have the same impact on this property as it does on others to the west, but there's also the flood zone line. And if you move the property, the building rather, to the south part of the property, you're then in a V zone, which has a whole nother part of impacts that you're all well aware of. The house would have to be considerably higher if it moved just a little bit farther to the south than what's being proposed here. The variances that were granted actually were against the street that's the paper street and the sound. That's what we needed the variances for the house, the decks, and the pool. And so those were to help get the house farther away from the tree, not to get it closer to the tree. This is a site plan application. You look at it in an administrative way.
We know that.
At the site plan standards. A tree is one of many of the standards that you look at. And as the Conservation Commission said, if you can't save the tree, plant 3 new ones. And as Bill Kenny said, sometimes you need to have that renewal. If we weren't within 100 feet of the water with the construction of the house, this would have been done on an administrative basis. It would not have come up for public discussion. And I have to stress that we have spent months working with the state DEP to address the coastal issues that are part of the development of this site. And that's really what you need to be looking at. Not this tree, but are the coastal issues and concerns.
Mr. Hegney, Mr. Hegney.
The state that they have.
Okay, Mr. Hegney, I appreciate that, but I'm not the DEP. So I'm sorry, but this is an issue that's before the commission now, and the commission has to be comfortable. Let me just put it this way, guys.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair, but every single other project I bring in, and if it doesn't have a sign off from the DEP, you won't approve it.
Right.
So now I have one where it's approving it, and now I have an issue.
It's a
Future,
bad break.
Approve them without DEP approval.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. But when that's not been the pattern over years and years, I have a concern now that it's changing.
So, Mr. Hegney, I am not ready to close this application right now, and based on that,
that from you and the rest of the commission members.
Yeah. So I am not ready. If the rest of the commission is in agreement, or if you don't mind humoring me, I would like to leave this open and continue.
It's always my interest in humoring you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Miss Alba.
Yes.
We're leaving it open, and I'd like to be clear as to what end. What are we looking for?
Well, we're interested in the material that Katie has for starters, and
on the paper street.
Yeah, and we want to look at that, and then we're going to give the applicant some time to consider whether there's a way that they could meet us partially on any on our tree concern and on our vegetative buffer request, and what they can do, and that gives us an opportunity to reach a good common ground. So if that's okay with everyone, we'll leave it open. And everybody, I have a nod from all everybody I'm looking at. Yes, Mr. Yeski. Okay, all the commissioners have nodded. I'm taking that as I don't need to do anything more than that. And with that, we're going to start the public hearing after a 10-minute break. And that would be at 9:10. And for the people that are in the audience and are waiting to get to Meadowlark Manor, we'll be back at 9:10, and we are going to ask you to please keep your comments to new information, and we are going to do the timer because we've had a lot of long-winded. We usually time people, and we didn't realize it would go so long tonight. So we'll be back in 10. Thank you. Isn't that weird? Have you hold something up to the screen? It's not visible. Oh, you're muted.
I'd love to know what the technology is behind that, where it has
Like there, see, now you can see it, chocolate in hand, and now you can't. It's like magic.
I wish the calories worked that way.
I love those cartoons about, no, you're not retaining water. You're retaining the food you're eating, the calories from the food you're eating. I love that one. It's the doctors looking at the guy and going, no, you're not retaining water.
If you could just eat and close your eyes, nothing counts, right? I think that would be the best thing.
Yeah, that was really, I'm sorry. I just really miscalculated. The public just, it got long-winded. We should have started timing people early, but I know we have a ton of people for the next one, so it makes a lot of sense.
Well, they have a very organized order. I don't know if you saw that email. So they want to.
Okay,
they
no.
They want
I
to attack
skimmed
it.
through. Okay, so you take me through it. I tried to read all of their emails.
I have the list here, so I don't think you have to worry about.
So I'm gonna sit back and just like let you run the show.
Well, let's not do that, but.
No, let's do it. It's really the thing is, it's kind of fun doing the up and down. I kind of like it, but I can move the people down when they're done talking.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just plug them in one at a time.
Yeah, you plug them in and I'll move them down. That'll go fast.
Hopefully.
Well, I mean, our technology side, people may have a lot to say, but you're ready to go with the clock, right?
Yep.
See the coffee, it appears. I love doing this. Nick isn't laughing.
Yeah, that's why I don't use that background, because I disappear.
Yeah, I remember. Oh my God, I remember the day we.
Well, that's true. There's certain colors that also kind of like whatever reason.
Do you remember the day that? No, it wasn't you, Nick. It was Yeski. He was headless for the whole meeting. You only lose a shoulder. Yeah, you lose a shoulder. There you go. And Yeski goes headless. That was what was so weird. But it makes a difference whether people are using Wi-Fi. Are you laughing at us, Katie?
No,
I said, Lord knows what's going on with Levy. He's always doing something.
Oh, he's funny. And this is what was my new title? Mrs. Chairman. I love that. It was good. That's the formal official
Mr.
title.
Chairman, he's a lucky man. Let me just say.
But the line of the night is Peter Lowe's. So thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Tree. But you can leave now.
I'm here.
That was great. It was one of those great P&Z, as Victoria once said, you really have to be on P&Z for a while to get the P&Z humor. It's just like other people would think we were crazy. Why we think something's funny.
Well, I genuinely felt for the tree. I felt like as some of us are getting older, well, I'm afraid your time is up. The investment has been okay to date, but it's now time to bring in the younger group. Well,
but Peter Lowe, we have a place to put you. We are now going to be able to send you to the Ambassador Greenwich. So you're going to be all set.
No. We're going to repurpose you. That's what we're going to do.
Oh, we're going to turn you into some paper.
Yeah.
But see, now you're going to have this great place.
I'm going to be part of the paper road.
Oh my Lord! This humor's so dry it's gonna start a forest fire.
Do you remember, you guys don't, I still have, do you remember when we were totally exhausted from working on the POCD and we started coining all the funny things we were saying? I still have that list of all those inside P&Z jokes that nobody in the world would think is funny but us.
Katie and I have a bingo board.
We're missing Yeski, and we need Yeski because he's seated.
Oh.
And I get to harass him, please, because he's going to be, as of this moment, he's 4 minutes late. He's gone.
No, he's here.
No, he says to me that I'm late all the time.
Oh, gotcha.
And okay, Yeski, you're 4 minutes late.
Where were you, soldier?
You're acting like a Latin American.
No, Latin America.
Yes, that's for everyone.
They don't even show up.
No, other countries I've been to are like that. You have a meeting and okay, you've already got a first speaker ready to go, but I think we need the attorney. Hardman's ready.
I'm not late. The attorney's not here.
Okay. Well, it was nice getting up and walking around though, wasn't it?
It was
I
great.
did need the leg stretch. Mr. Hegney is.
Oh, he's probably mad at us.
No. It's somewhere than Jay. There we
Hey,
go.
you're doing these now.
I know. Thank you.
I have to save my strength. So, oh, it's that, Mr. Hegney.
It's getting a little late, Madam Chair.
I know, so
take a break and rest.
It gets late early now. You know that.
It gets late early as you get older, and they say, "Thank you for your service, Mr. and Mrs. Tree."
Well, I took Mr. Lowe's comments at the briefing to heart and watched Blade Runner last night.
That was not my comment.
Mr. Yeski.
Mr. Hagney, if you're going to crack a joke, you better get it right.
Apologies.
So tell me, what was the famous line in Blade Runner that relates to this case?
Relating to this case, I don't know. I thought we'd stay
Pop
away
quiz.
from Harrison Ford here.
I know it.
So you think that you're related to Harrison Ford? Is that what I heard?
I'll have to check my internet connection. That was not what I meant to say.
Okay.
1981.
Mr. Hegney, Mr. Bartosik would like to speak to. Is there,
Okay, folks, we got everybody on board. We've got the attorney. So, Mr. Hegney, if you could bring us up to the work that's being done on everybody being able to come to an agreement.
Of course, Madam Chair. I'd like to actually bring up my client and the property owner, Ray Bartasek. He'll detail his efforts to reach an agreement with the neighbors, and he's here with us this evening. Ray, feel free to take it away.
And I think he's ready to go. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Bartosik.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Ray Bartasek, and I am the owner of 56 Clapboard Ridge Road and the applicant for a grant of a special permit under Section 694 for the use of my baseball field on my property. When we last met on June 2nd, you asked that the coalition of neighbors and I work out a compromise. And as I will explain, I have made every effort to do so, but we have been unable to reach an accord, due mainly to the fact that my neighbors have been unresponsive and unreasonable. 12 hours after our hearing, and on June 3rd, I sent the coalition an email specifically addressing every point in their letter of complaint. I have offered to eliminate the neighbors' concerns of traffic, safety, noise, and fertilizer runoff into the lake. All of the details of my offer have been made available to you. On June 9th, I received a response to my letter from Mr. Art Sanders, who confirmed receipt of the note on behalf of the neighborhood. On June 11th, Mr. Sanders called me and explained that he was removing himself from the coalition as he felt the neighbors were being unreasonable.
Do you mean July? Are you talking July or June?
June.
Okay.
Our first hearing was June 2nd. I wrote my letter of compromise on June 3rd. They responded that they received it on June 9th. And Mr. Sanders, who was the leader for a New York Minute, called me on June 11th and has left that coalition.
Okay, I got it. I understand.
Thank you. I'm just giving a bit of a timeline, and I'll be quick. On June 29th to 30th, while I still have not heard any response from the neighbors to my letter offering compromise, I went ahead and installed 45 or more evergreen trees as screening between my property and the neighbors. This was against Mr. Hegney's advice. He told me that I should wait until the commission ruled on it, but I chose to go ahead and make the good faith effort of putting that screening in ahead of time. And it is installed and there. I've sent pictures of the screening to Katie DeLuca. Hopefully they are available to the members of the commission. On July 1st, having not heard from the neighbors still, on the advice of Katie DeLuca, I reached back out to the neighbors and I offered once again to meet face to face to discuss this situation. On July 3rd, I did receive a response. On that same day, I responded with compromises to their demands, some of which were very new from the original complaint letter. On July 4th, one neighbor of the 8 in the coalition against me met me face to face at my home. It was nice to meet Mr. J.T. Coe for the first time in my life. We thought that we had up to 90% of this situation agreed, but we couldn't get an agreement over the finish line. The coalition followed up on about July 9th with a response to me stating their new demands. And actually, at that time, they said to me they would rather go to the board to arbitrate than to speak with me and to discuss a potential compromise. I know that in the P&Z meeting yesterday, there was a request that we lay out what are the points of contention that are still open so we can get to the bottom line. And I would like to tell you now what the non-agreed points are so that we can arbitrate them and discuss them. First of all, they wrote and asked that the special permit granted under 694 would expire on September 30th, 2021, or 14 months from now, and would be non-transferable to a third party if 56 Clapboard Ridge is sold. Although I went back and agreed, no problem with the transfer of property, but I won't agree to a 2-year permit or 15-month time limit. I've since learned from my counsel that even if I wanted to agree to this point, I wouldn't be allowed to. John, can you please elaborate on that?
Certainly, Ray. As the commission is familiar and as staff pointed out at the briefing yesterday, the state statutes prevent a property owner from making those types of agreements. Special permits are granted to the property and run with the land. They don't typically expire or have any restrictions on transferability.
Point 2, I'll call that point 1, that is unresolved. Point 2, that is unresolved, is in my opening offer to compromise and to reduce noise and the annoying ping of the bat that was brought forth in the last hearing. I offered to agree to not use aluminum bats at any of my practices at my baseball field. Going from aluminum to wood would just change the entire ping experience to nothing and take care of any noise issues except for the sound of children, and should put that to rest. the coalition has come back and asked that there is never a use of an aluminum bat on my property. And I'm not willing to agree to that, as I'll do it for practices. I'll do it when there's repetition. But if I'm outside with my 3-year-old son and he can only swing an aluminum bat because it's lighter, I'm not going to be looking over my shoulder and saying that we're not allowed to use that on our property. So I felt it is a reasonable response to a neighbor demand. Point number 3 that's unresolved. I mentioned that I did 45 plus evergreen trees for screening on both sides of my yard. In the neighbor's latest request, they would like me to screen the lake. And I don't believe that is a reasonable request at all. John, can you offer a little bit of color on how the wetlands responded to our question on this point?
Certainly. Ray had me reach out to the wetland staff in response to this request in an effort to see if it was something that would be feasible. Obviously, any installation of trees along the lake would require a wetlands permit. The wetland staff has heavily vetted this property. When the property was redeveloped and the new home was built in 2017, the wetland staff looked at all of the impacts to the lake. In our conversation with staff, they noted they typically wouldn't request trees be planted along an inland watercourse unless it was to restore a canopy or for ecological purposes. There was no evidence in the record in 2017 for either of those purposes. I would say that subsequent to that, the property was reviewed 3 more times under administrative applications, none of which called for additional plantings along the lake.
Thank you, John. The next 3 points are really minor, but I would like to label them as items 4, 5, and 6 that are unresolved. Number 4 is a new one because I had agreed to remove all the signage from my property and have changed my mind. And if the commission demands that I remove the Connecticut State Championship 2019 banner from the outfield fence, I certainly will listen to you, but I'm not going to listen to the neighbors who are asking me to remove that very, very sentimental sign. A picture of it has been provided to Katie, and I hope that you all see what we're talking about here. Point number 5, unresolved, which I had agreed to with JT Coe when he met with me on July 4th, but I'm not going to agree anymore unless the commission demands that I do, in which case I will. He wants me to regrade across the street on his property, the area that's across the street from my property. He says that trucks that were building my house caused de-leveling of the street area, and I was happy to accommodate such a small petty request until yesterday when his wife harassed the workers at my home installing a new automatic gate and screamed across the street, "What are you workers doing at that stupid house now?" My workers felt threatened. I reached out to the Coes and asked why they did that, or if it was them. Have not heard any response back yet. So I'm not going to regrade their property unless the commission believes that it's important for me to do so. Item 6 of unresolved, maintenance. They asked for the maintenance on my property to be held to 1 time a week on the baseball field. That's all fine. The coalition is still thinking about a year or a year and a half ago when we were building the field and there was a lot of maintenance people there building. I maintain my own field. I'm the grounds crew. And I don't mind agreeing to that, but we actually manicure not just our baseball field, but our property quite a bit. So lawn mowing is still going to go on. It's going to be a very difficult item to enforce, but once again, it's not a deal breaker. I just want to bring it to the commission's attention that it's a complaint of the coalition that we spend too much time making our field beautiful. Item 7 that is unresolved, usage. This is a very important point. And I led with my compromise letter of June 3rd, offering to limit the amount of practices to 4 times a week with my teams. And the response from the coalition was to request 2 practices, no weekends, and 2 practices, no weekends, and to end.
Mute yourself. Okay, there you go. You're all set. Nope, he's still muted.
Hi,
There
can
you
you
go.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Good. Okay, so 3 minutes, sir. Just if you would add your thoughts on where you guys are and how you want to move ahead, because I think otherwise the commission's just going to have to make a decision. Mr. Ghaffari? What's a disaster? Mr. Ghaffari, hello? Mr. Ghaffari? I hear whispers.
It's not working. I got like locked out.
No, you're here. We hear you, Mr. Ghaffari.
We can hear you.
Mr. Ghaffari, we can hear you saying it's a disaster and that you got locked out, but you're here.
I unmuted myself already. Start video.
Okay, so we
Hi,
have.
it's I don't know if you can hear me. It's Paul Ghaffari.
Yes, now we've got you.
I can't hear you. I'm going to leave the meeting and log back in.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
In the
Okay.
meantime, Miss Victoria Melly, if you don't mind going next.
Hope you got to unmute yourself.
Ms. Melly, we can't hear you. You need to unmute.
Okay, I've unmuted.
Good.
There you go.
Here,
Thank you.
but you just have to give me a second now to get to my thoughts because they were right here.
After Miss Melly, it'll be Mrs.
Okay,
Babbitt.
here I am. Here I am. I'm ready to go. First of all, thank you. I know you guys are tired of hearing that. The core basis of our negotiation with the applicant was based on the comments he made at the June 2nd P&Z meeting. First and foremost, we are a neighborhood, not a coalition. Does everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I went back through the transcript and I have it right here. Oh boy. And it just went missing. Hold on. Bear with me. Sorry. The way it flows between you all and my intelligence here. Okay. So Lydia and Ray said they responded to in the last meeting on June 2nd. It said, okay, I also want to address, sorry, I have to move, what Mr. Fox said about will this continue at higher ages? Is this going to get, you know, go on and on and on? The answer, Mr. Bartosek, the answer is no. I literally built Cal Ripken Dimension Infield. This ends when is 12, don't go on with larger, bigger boys on this field. That would not make any sense, even to me. Okay, the ping of the aluminum back. From these comments, the applicant made the neighborhood group negotiated with the applicant based on the understanding the special permit would last only until the son aged out of the Cal Ripken program, which I believe is in 2020, September of 2020. Our counter to the proposal, the applicant gave to our group, which we shared to the P&Z committee, we specifically mentioned that in point 8, any special permit granted under section 9694 will expire on September 30th, 2020 and is non-transferable. So we based our negotiation on this. His response is, okay on transfer, but I'm not agreeing to a term limit, let alone one that's 15 months out. In our counter proposal, we agreed on a number of items, as you all noticed, and you thought that it was 90% agreed, but it's all based on this premise that it would end in now what is 15 months. Now, what I learned tonight is that, in fact, he really wants 9 more years because he has a 3-year-old that wants the same use. We have agreed that they have the right to have the children on the property. But this sort of outdoor activity with so many participants that are not friends of the family is not acceptable in our neighborhood or many others in Greenwich. It's not just our neighborhood. Also, we do not feel that the special permit, if granted, would be transferable with the property and applicable as the applicant has agreed on this point. Now, let me just tell you, it is so interesting to me tonight that you have discussed in the project before us tonight that preserving aspects of these neighborhoods, including the plant material, which I love, the Pepper Beach. Okay.
That's time.
Okay. I've been here a long time, 52 years. I've seen Greenwich. I know Greenwich. And this is not a usual use of property.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next would be Belinda Babcock. And then Carlos Brito. I don't see you in the list of attendees, so if you could raise your hand, we can move you up to the front, but otherwise we're gonna get to the list of people who have had their hands raised in the room. So okay. I'm looking for Carlos Brito or anyone else who wants to speak on this item, and we'll take them after.
Oh, he's with Ms. Belinda, I think, so, yep. Can you?
So, hi, good evening. I think we've had some technical issues. We've lost 2 of our members, both Carol Blood and Paul Ghaffari. So Carlos would step in and do the recap if that's okay. Good evening again. Thank you for having us, and we don't need to go through that again. But I just wanted to speak quickly about the Meadowlark permitting process and how this impacts the enjoyment and value of all of our properties. And so briefly, when Carlos and I applied for our permit to build our home, it took us well over a year to finalize. And so without spending too much time discussing Meadowlark's application, as a P&Z, you know your business well, just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page as to the rough outline of how this process unfolded. We want to show you the person with whom we're dealing. We are having difficulties trying to understand a common ground here. So I apologize in advance for repeating what's readily accessible, as I'm utilizing publicly available documents from the
Ma'am,
Yep.
If your intent is to give us information that is about the applicant's personality or something like that.
Nope.
Okay,
Nope.
You said the person with whom you were, information about the person with whom you are dealing.
We
are
right. No, I just want to try to point out that the process that's being used here is rather backwards. We've all had to go through permitting processes. What we have here is a retroactive request for an application for an unusual application for use of a field in a residential area for major Little League games. And so what we find is the applicant continued to use the field after he received a notice that a special application was needed, that he was using the field in violation. He also got a second violation, I believe, in April of 2019, continued to use the field. And here we are today trying to be good neighbors, trying to allow children to play baseball, but we cannot have the level of activity that has been going on, and perhaps it's not clear to everybody the level of activity that's going on. So I just wanted to point out that the process that was used to get to where we are seemed to be backwards. The request was retroactive. And the reason I bring this up is because if the special permit is given and it's a permanent special permit, it disrupts the order once again, and things are backwards once again in the process, because we all purchase properties here without having something of this size in our neighborhood. We didn't purchase a property next to an existing school or club where disruptions are part of the landscape. Our land values and our lifestyle expectations were based on peaceful, zone-regulated, purely residential, mid-country Greenwich. We're not the bad guys here. We're just trying to accommodate a retroactive special permit to help some kids in the neighborhood, but it has to be finite. It has to be a temporary fix, or else it's not fair to the neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, you've got some more people. I'll bring Miss Malley down for you.
Thank you. I'm just going to go in the order of the list now.
Okay.
James Rittman. Unmute yourself, and then it'll be George Holdifer.
Can you all hear me?
We can.
Yep.
Great. Thank you. So thanks to the commission. Just to be clear, I'm not a neighbor. I do know 3 of the families whose sons played on this team last season. I'm really speaking on behalf of coaches in town. I coach. I give a lot of my time coaching in different leagues. I feel like sometimes I'm a professional coach and a part-time doing my day job. I would say that of the practices that we do as coaches in town, over 60% of the practices that I've had have been at other people's houses, at other coaches' houses with kids on the team. That probably speaks to a larger issue that we're not going to be able to solve, which is that there's a deficit of fields in the town, and there's a lot of teams and a lot of kids' activities. But just want to be clear that this is going on in the town at a very large level all of the time. All of these practices go on at fields. So to say that you can't do that would basically almost shut down team sports. I would say that I also went to the state championship game last year to support this team and the families that we know. This team, you could tell before the first pitch in warmups who was going to win. This Greenwich team, their practice, their warmup was better than the Brunswick team practices that I had when I was in high school that was coached by George Foster, who was a world champion and an MVP with the Cincinnati Reds. That is because they got to practice. And I would commend, I think we deserve better. We deserve, this gentleman and these coaches deserve praise for what they've done for this town, for the kids on this team, providing a field that, by the way, you're not able to just produce this type of a field anywhere. This is a certain size. It's smaller than normal baseball. So it's not just a backyard, you need something special. And he provided that so that they could actually perform at this level. And my understanding is they got a few outs away from actually winning the regional championship in Massachusetts and representing the Northeast region in the United States for the championship in the United States for this Letbo. That doesn't happen without practice. And so for somebody to take their time, their money, and to do this for this town and for these boys and for these families, I commend them and I applaud them as somebody who cares about this town and cares about coaching and kids and the programs that we do. And I think what I've heard tonight is that the compromises made in terms of sound with the wood bats, all of these things in terms of limiting the number of practices, a parking lot that was put in, all of that should satisfy the residents and the neighbors around them. So I just want to issue that as a coach and somebody in this town. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Holdifer. Please unmute yourself and you can start speaking. George Holdifer.
Hello, good evening.
Thank you. I can hear you.
Thank you very much for the board to receive my time here. Again, we talked about tonight about compromise. I think that's in the end what we hope to achieve. Perhaps it's not attainable, but I have all confidence in the board that it will, understanding the arguments on both sides. We can understand that we live in a town where we want a peaceful atmosphere for everybody. Again, we talked about slippery slope in the last meeting on June 2nd. And if we prohibit children that are coached by volunteers that are Greenwich residents to get together, understandable that we don't want the noise, so the Bartoseks have agreed to limit the usage of aluminum bats. But if we're going to nitpick about children playing in a yard during daylight hours, as opposed to parties at night, noise, fireworks, potential animals, other sports that take place on people's properties. It's just really bad for Greenwich and bad for America. Someone brought up the word Blade Runner earlier, and it's a movie that I actually appreciated very much when it came out. I thought it was the most bizarre experience that I had. But if we're going to become very Orwellian in the way we manage our town, it's very scary. It actually startles me quite a bit. So in the end, I want to be brief. I'm not going to take 3 minutes, but I'm going to say that I trust the board and I trust the citizens of Greenwich. And I understand both sides. I heard, a lot of people from the neighborhood. It's unfortunate people couldn't come to a compromise. I hope the board could hear the arguments and allow this to continue to bring joy to Greenwich, to represent the town, let the children play, which is in the end what we want to do. And that's what values Greenwich. With the COVID-19, we're restricted. We're home working. Children can't go out as much, but if they can go to a safe environment and play, which again, we don't have parking issues. We don't have safety issues. We're just talking about a little bit of noise. If we control the noise, we're probably all good. And we can go away from this and all be happy. So again, I'm going to end that. Thank you very much to everybody. Appreciate it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Valentine. Bobby Valentine.
Mr. Valentine, he's muted.
Unmute.
There you
How
go.
we doing now?
You're good.
We can hear you.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, and committee, I won't take up all of my time, I guarantee you. I'm just an innocent bystander here. And, but I'm a friend of Ray's. And I just like to say that in this environment where I'm an executive director of athletics at Sacred Heart University, I'm an owner of a sports academy that produces teams, that probably the two greatest problems, and this is a little redundant, that we have in our community, and that is from Darien through Greenwich, is A, the lack of facilities, and B, the lack of coaching. And this situation seems to check both of those boxes in a very big way. I watched this team play. The players play with respect. They're very organized. They're really having fun when they play. And I just think in the environment that we're living in right now, it'd be almost sinful if this team and this group and those who follow them wouldn't be allowed to have a safe, well-coached environment where they can excel at what they do, enjoy with everything they do, and provide some great entertainment for parents and the community of Greenwich. And I wish them the luck, and I really hope that the neighbors are not intruded on in any way at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Maxwell Vanderslice.
Sorry, Max here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
And
Yeah,
Pat, you need to restart your clock.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome.
Well, I'm starting here. 1 second. So Max Vanderslice here. So a couple things. We're friends with the Bartoseks, right? Someone had noted earlier that, we're inviting strangers to the house to play baseball. Ray has taken the time with our team. Here's a player right here, Liam Vanderslice. And it's about wholesome fun. And there's plenty of parking. And Jimmy's right. There's plenty of houses in town that have flag football practices, baseball practices, football practices, and lacrosse practices. So, it's going on right now as we speak. And I think Ray's been accommodating to what the neighbors, requested, is putting the trees in, et cetera. But I just want to be clear on that. And someone Belinda, I think had said, that they have games or major league games, these are only practices with kids throwing the ball around. That's all I have.
Thank you. The name is Matt only. So Matt, please unmute yourself and begin to speak.
Hi. Yes, thanks for having me. Yeah, so I know Ray only very briefly. My nephew plays baseball on the team there, and I can corroborate everything that the gentleman before just said in terms of the fact that there aren't any games being played there. It is purely a practice situation. And the way it's being set up and the way he's been so accommodating is just really absurd. The neighbors are acting the way they are. I mean, just time and time again, you know, I thought it was really interesting. I can't remember her name, Mrs. Burrito, maybe who it was, who commented. She mentioned how there's a lot of absurd backwards things that happen. And it's just a starting point. And I'd like to point out that that is this thing that I notice around this town time and time again. So I feel like her argument is a little bit moot. I feel like as long as it is a situation where they are in the proper time frame of noise ordinances and they're not, you know, bothering the neighbors in terms of like being, you know, in terms of their property and being on their property, there's no reason why these kids can't have the fun that they're having and just having a normal practice. I've driven over there to drop my nephew off, and I'll tell you what, these people aren't even in their backyards. So what they're complaining about, I don't even know. They're not even home. They're probably at their other houses in the Hamptons or wherever, and it's just really absurd that they're making this kind of a complaint. And that's all I have to say on the message.
Thank you, sir.
Last hand up is a number 0518. Excuse me, I just now moved it. 0518-864. If that's your handle, please speak and identify yourself.
I'm not sure. Hi, if it's mine. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I am a neighbor. I live around the corner, and I walk, by the way, my name is Ann. I walk Clapboard Ridge every single day and have for the past 28 years that we've lived here. I have never seen anything impose upon the traffic. There's the only traffic that's on Clapboard Ridge, having walked it every single day, is teenagers and mothers driving at crazy speeds to get places. But having said that, the baseball on this field, how can neighbors deny kids having fun, and only for an hour? It's ridiculous. I am 100% in favor of it. And I am a neighbor. I live on Clapboard Ridge at 21. And I don't think there's anything wrong with these kids playing baseball. And I agree with the other people that have said, you've got kids, you know, lighting fireworks, you've got ATVs, everything you can think of. Are we going to have kids stop playing sports because of 1 hour of a baseball thing? I don't get it. I am 100% in support of the activities that are going on at this house. And I've yet to see any impact on the street or with bikers or whatever the other people are complaining about. I 100% support it, and think that this town needs more people like, I don't even know these people's names, Bartizokes or something. The town needs more people like this that allow kids to come and use their property. That's it. I'm in support of it. I think it's a home run, no pun intended.
Thank you very much. The next hand, Donato.
I thought the last one was the last one. Just
Well,
saying.
there was only one hand, and
Okay.
Ms. Melly, if you're on hands raised again, if it's not a good point, the
Yeah,
chairman's gonna
I
have to decide.
I think we really need to keep it to one comment per person. We've heard from at the last meeting as well. And I think we know where people are coming out, so that's what we needed to hear. You want to go ahead to the next person?
Yep. This is Jude Donato. Can you guys hear me? Am I on?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're good.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we too are friends of Ray and Lydia, and also similar to Jimmy, watched these guys play last year. I just want to go back to my memories as a little leaguer and playing baseball for several years thereafter. These are friends, and they are friends. And I've been to some of those practices. My daughter is, and also a friend of Ray and Lydia's daughters. And so I just want to stress here that this is, I can understand to some degree the nuisance, if you want to call it that or define it by that, but I don't believe it is. That with these boys and girls, quite frankly, it is a very small group. And they are a cohesive bunch. And like Mr. Valentine stressed, they are good, and it's not about being good. It's being a team and learning those values. And that is also stressed in all of these instances, everything that I've seen and how they compose themselves. And I just want to say that some of the best, fondest memories and some of my dearest friends to this day are guys I've played Little League with. And to take that from them and tarnish it with the hearing as such, and I get it, I know the regulations, is really it is a sin. And so at the end of the day, I just want to hearing Ray's compromises, it seems more than reasonable, and I'm all in support of the field and the continuance of this, and just want to say that it's a really strong thing. And similar to Jimmy Rittman, I am a coach and volunteers time as well, and an inordinate amount of time, and which we all enjoy to do. And fields are very hard to find, particularly now during COVID. And this makes it convenient, and with a cohesive group that is not a team after team rolling through. It's one collective small group, and they are not that noisy. And it just seems to be an unreasonable position by the neighbors. So I just want to say that I too am in full support of Ray and Lydia's field, and just share those comments. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Madam Chair, there's a Mr. Rohrbach who hasn't spoke, who has a hand up. And again, Mr. Ghaffari and Mrs. Badcock, again, we're not going to read.
Mr. Ghaffari, did he finally speak or did he fall out?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. That was Mr.
Okay,
Ghaffari.
but Ms. Babcock has spoken already.
No,
so
I'm sorry. Mr. Ghaffari did speak, I believe.
Okay, so Mr. Rohrbach, and again, if we've heard you once, if you've got something really important that you want to add, if you would just email Katie. You've got her address, katie.deluca@greenwichct.org, and it will get distributed to us. And
Madam Chair, I apologize. Mr. Ghaffari was unable to connect last time.
yeah,
So
that's what I thought. I was
Ready.
willing to. Okay, so Mr. Rohrbach, then Mr. Ghaffari, and Ms. Babcock has already spoken. So, ma'am, I'm going to lower your hand. Okay, Mr. Ghaffari, go ahead. Or Mr. Rohrbach, sorry.
Yes, I'm also a neighbor, and I think this is a great idea. I'm not really sure why, other than a slight noise complaint, that this shouldn't be approved. I think it's a great idea for the community, and I think having everyone come together and have it be a central spot for kids to learn sports is a great idea. I'm surprised this is even up for debate, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Ghaffari. Mr. Ghaffari, if you unmute yourself, and you can start your video if you want.
There it goes. He's got it. Okay, go ahead. I'm not going to ask that because he was having connection problems. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about earlier. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. I'll be very concise, and I do not want to repeat too much. Look, like many of the neighbors and many of the families in town and in this neighborhood, we all have kids. We all have kids playing sports, all kinds of sports, baseball, lacrosse, football, basketball. in principle, I think I said this at the June 2 meeting, I'm not a fan of having organized sports in a residential neighborhood. There's shortage of fields, but there's also options of getting fields all around town. We do not want to punish kids, but I think we have to understand there are consequences to this activity, and the consequences are in noise, and they're in traffic, and they're in safety. And somebody mentioned Clapboard Ridge is a very busy thoroughfare. And I think everybody knows that there's cars and trucks and landscapers and construction. They're coming screaming down this avenue at 60 miles an hour, having kids out on the street, cars dropping them off. It is not a good thing. And I think safety is really one of the most important considerations here. All we're saying is we put some conditions we thought were reasonable. I don't think we were 90% of the way there. I think we're more than 10% of the way there. We just asked that this sunset out at the end of next season, and we can take it up again next season. We'll see how it went, and we'll see.
No, sir, we can't do that. We've already explained to you that if we approve a special permit, it runs with the land and we can't sunset it. That's unfortunate, but that's the way the rules work, but that's what we do is we got this nice book of rules and we enforce it. Sorry, I just took 8 seconds off of your time.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I mean, just to conclude, I think that this is not a coalition. This is a group of neighbors that are really looking to retain the spirit of the neighborhood and the environment here. And we're just trying to look for reasonable conditions.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right.
All right, Madam Chair, 3 hands up. They've all spoken once already.
Folks,
so
here's what we're, Pat, can you take down the clock?
I can.
All right. Fellow commissioners, I'm going to lob this at you one more time. I would propose that we close this item, that we then not decide it tonight, that we decide it at our next meeting, which will give everybody ample time to consider what conditions we would impose on this proposed special permit, whether it be granted, A, if it be granted, and B, what conditions you would impose. Give you 2 weeks to think about it, and we decide it based on all the testimony we've heard and all we know. A quick recall, in 2004, that La Crosse application would have been before the Zoning Board of Appeals for a special exception permit. My guess is it was a different type of thing. If we close it tonight, Katie wouldn't be able to give us that information anymore, or would you?
Would not.
Would not. So that's the only thing. We could just close it next time so Katie can give us the information on the La Crosse. Otherwise, I would suggest that my first suggestion tonight, let's just do this based on, we got the rule book, we know the rules, and we do our best job at how we're going to apply them, and each person come back to the table from the commission. The commission's going to make a decision and decide whether it goes ahead and with what conditions, and we're done. Because this is going to go on forever. Otherwise, I think we've heard everybody's perspective. And that's it. So that's my suggestion to you guys. We could just leave it. I think we'd have to leave it open then so we can get from Katie any additional information you guys want. But otherwise, let's just plan that once we have all that, we're going to close it and we're going to take it in our hands and we're going to decide what we're going to do, because I don't think it's going to come to an agreement as I listen to people.
And if there's any of the neighbors who still have their hands raised, you can send an email and I'll send that to the commission.
Exactly. So now I think then the answer is let's leave it open. And all of you neighbors who keep raising your hands, just write Katie and we won't close it. So it'll still be open. We'll all be able to get more emails and we'll hear your positions. But at this point, we have heard you once. I understand you've got stuff you want to add again, but we do know your core positions and what your concerns are and what your preferences are. And that's what matters right now.
And my email is katie.deluca@greenwich.ct.org. Otherwise, you can just go in planning and zoning and use the general mailbox.
Yeah, you can always get to us. You'll find us. And you know all our names, and the protocol is the same for all the emails in town. We can't answer you on an open application, but we're happy to hear from you and everybody will see your emails. So that's what we propose. Mr. Hegney, before we call it a night, would you like to say anything else?
Certainly, Madam Chair. I do want to emphasize that I do believe we have a permitted use in the zone, and we've shown that we satisfy the criteria for 694A2. I want to say that we've proposed a lot of conditions that Mr. Barasek has agreed to, specifically addressing issues that the neighbors have raised. We've installed 45 evergreen trees. That's not a handful of trees, that's a forest that we've put on the property lines. We're addressing the noise with the wood bats. I think that aluminum bats would fit under the intermittent noise standards of the noise ordinance, but we're doing this to be good neighbors. I want to say that in 2019, the last time this field was in use, the parking area next to the field was incomplete. That will eliminate safety and traffic concerns because everyone will be able to pick up and drop off on the site, and that there won't be any spillover into the street. Not that there was a traffic concern in Clapboard Ridge Road to begin with. I want to say that my client made a very good faith offer to limit practices at the outset on June 3rd. Even tonight, he said that he'd be willing to limit it further if the Planning and Zoning Commission thought that was appropriate.
Yeah,
These are the types of things that we would do in order to show that we comply with the special permit standards.
We're going to be big kids and we're going to go to bat ourselves and we're going to figure out how to do this.
Certainly. The last thing I want to emphasize, Madam Chair, I promise I'll be brief. You can put the clock on if you need it. This is in no way affiliated with the Cal Ripken League. These are players that have met through the Cal Ripken League that are going to Mr. Barasek's home in a private capacity. And I do want to leave you with that.
Thank you. And if you, again, since we're leaving it open, if you want to send us a brief stating what you just stated, again, you're more than welcome. You know, we got all this, we always love to read stuff on applications. And so we'll, you know, feel free, everybody write to us. But I think it's time for the commission to just make a decision, because otherwise we're going to be doing this for a long time. And I don't think that's in anybody's interest. Does everybody buy into that proposal? Does any have any objections? Levy is a yes. Yeski, he's good. Macri,
No objection.
Goss, everybody's good. Mr. Hardman, I know you wanted the neighbors to work it, but I'm not feeling encouraged.
Yeah, no, I think we should leave it. But my only suggestion that I mentioned in that email the other day was consider using tennis balls instead of baseballs for part of the practice sessions.
Oh yeah, Mr. Hardman mentioned that his brother is a softball with some kind of coach, and they use. Can you just expand on that?
His kids all the way through Columbia University, and they use tennis balls from time to time to cut down the noise. But
I don't know anything about baseball, so I leave that to the folks that know how to play it. I'm just about people enjoying their private property.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's actually, first keeping this open, this still is the opportunity for the neighbors to try again.
Yes.
You know, so, you know, it's not that we're getting to the end of this. They can still have a discussion and possibly get to a surprise compromise when we meet again.
What I don't want to do again is I think unless the positions change, one of the reasons
Yes.
I hesitated to leave it open is I'm really not keen on listening to everybody's position all over again. We have a real good handle.
He said, she said.
Yes.
Yes.
We don't want to hear
Well, I
would
wasn't
think-
going to characterize it as such, but I think we've got a handle on everybody's position and we're now able to move forward. Go ahead, Mr. McRae.
I would think as we got closer to our next hearing, council probably would be able to inform us as if there was any more discussion or if they've come to some kind of a compromise. We'll be in a better position towards the end of the month.
All right. Okay. So we're good. We're just going to do this. Okay. And if people want to write us, that's great. But we basically know where you guys are all coming out. We heard of all the sides, all the perspectives. We have a good handle on it, I think. Okay. And so we leave this open. Thank you, Mr. Hegney. Thank you, Mr. Bartosek. And thank you, Patrick, for your clocking. You
Happy. I hope I
Okay.
hit it out of the park.
I know. I was just
How
not
long have you
touching.
been waiting to use that one?
Oh,
It's
it's
like I was waiting to say the commission was going to go to bed. It's just really hard not to.
the
Okay.
several
All right.
puns you used. I was holding on to that last one.
Okay. So now we are ready to move on. Is Mr. Alexander here? We have Dunwoody LLC for a zoning map amendment to rezone 102 through 118 Sheep Hill Road.
I did speak to Mr. Alexander. I don't know if he's still on here. Pat, maybe you can let us know.
Yes,
but
he is.
Okay, then he can let you know. But we did talk about him withdrawing the applications.
Okay.
That's what I understood. But as he's here, we can, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, if you want to hear it from
Madam
him.
Chair is happy to hear from him. If he'd like to withdraw, that would be great.
Mr. Alexander, if you unmute yourself, you can speak. Otherwise, we can just move on. If we understood that this is withdrawn, we can just move on.
Anyway.
There he is. There he is.
Oh, there we are. Hi. Good evening.
Just move on anyway. I really don't have anything to say except that I really appreciate the feedback, and the project keeps getting better. So.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, that was preemptive. Sorry, that was I had my hand on the trigger there. I apologize, Mr. Alexander.
Can he get back? Did you push?
No, I believe he was done. I just let go too soon here. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I just missed something here. Did he withdraw?
Yes.
Yes, he understood just quickly in our conversations. He understood that he was going to get the materials together that you guys discussed at the last meeting and then resubmit. We're going to charge him one revision fee for all of the applications, and he'll be coming back in. I also would note that the zoning violation is on hold and that he is trying to resolve the issues. So I also let Jody know that too.
Okay.
Assuming he comes in quickly. So I think we're in good shape, and we look forward to seeing him when he comes back in.
Okie dokie. So our next application is Round Hill Fire. Final site plan and special permit at 166 Old Mill Road. Mr. Peck and Mr. Frangione.
And Mr. Hegney.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the commission, for the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant, and Tim Peck and Rob Frangione are with me as well. We were before you on the May 19th meeting, and you directed us to go to the Architecture Review Committee, get our variances from the Zoning Board of Appeals, both of which we have done. We have a new landscape plan, which not only are we increasing, or we're decreasing the coverage by some 1,500 square feet. Last time we had proposed that we met the exemption for drainage, but now actually we're much to the better. We've also received approval from the Wetland Agency and the Health Department. We think we really have a home run here and would ask for your approval.
Okay. So here's the deal. You have a must return on ARC. And
it's only for some of the details, though. The landscape plan was approved, the overall bulk.
Okay, you have a must return from ARC.
Yeah.
And there's a list of open items from ARC on that must return on their motion. Are we looking at the same piece of paper, sir?
We are.
Okay, so you've got a must.
Positive recommendation to Planning and Zoning Commission.
Correct, but you must go back to them. So what we would propose to you, this is what was discussed at the briefing, so I'm just going to go to the chase. What we discussed at the briefing was that if you don't have any concerns about what ARC is asking you to look at, that you would like us to resolve, Mr. Peck, I think that would be you. If you don't have any concerns about what they're asking you for, that we would propose to send you back to them prior to permit, that you resolve it with them prior to permit, and that we would be able to close it and act on it tonight.
No, I don't have any issues.
So the roof line, you already changed the roof line. You're
Yep.
going to fix the doors and the windows and the hierarchies and all of that. You'll fix all that. The only thing that we don't want you to go to ARC on, just to be very clear, is we don't think we think that the parking layout works okay the way it is.
Yes.
That's
No.
okay.
There was some question.
Nope. We do the parking.
Okay.
We're good with that. We looked at it. That's the ADA space.
Yes.
Their parking isn't usually full. We think that's not going to be used that often, and let's leave it accessible to the building where it is. Outside of that, you want to do door colors and window hierarchy. You fix all that. As long as you don't have an issue with what ARC is asking you to do and you think you can come to a meeting of the minds.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if you just give me 1 second, I just wanted to say
Okay.
that it would have most likely been an electronic return, but there was some concern over who on the board would be approving any electronic submission.
Yes.
So they wanted us to come back to the board. Tom, stop me if I'm misspeaking. but-
No, thank you for reminding me, Mr. Peck. I had not realized until recently that that's an ARC issue. I'm really uncomfortable with that the electronic return only goes to one person.
Sure.
I think that that's wrong, and I wanted to talk to the commission about it. So thank you for the reminder. Katie, let's talk about it at a planning session or at a briefing or something. But when they ask for an electronic return, it's only going to one person, and that's crazy because
Yeah, and that was the reason that they asked us to come back to the meeting.
so what they need to do is set up a protocol where an electronic return, just like what we do, every single member weighs in. It's just not shared with the other members or something like that. Yes, Katie, go ahead.
Yeah, in fairness to the ARC, it's usually not something that is subjective. It's rather, or yeah. So it's just, did they, if they say we want it to be X and Y or whatever, it's just them kind of double checking it. It's not supposed to be someone making a decision that's outside.
No,
of what-
and that's what several of the members mentioned, that they didn't want to necessarily comment on it. They just wanted to see the revisions.
So no, I'm not being unfair to ARC, but I think that the process is when it's something subjective like that, where they're talking about aesthetic things like this, I think we really just have to have more than one person make the final call. So if you're all right with that.
Yeah, I think I've spoken with the fire company and Tom and I
Yeah.
have spoken also, and I think we're fine with that.
And then one comment before I address the commission, Mr. Frangione, I've taken to watching other towns on P&Z. So I've seen you recently on television.
And I've noticed that you've been there.
Yeah. Okay. So do you guys agree with that? We have no open issues on this application. It was only ARC. Are you guys okay with closing it?
Yes.
Yes. I've got a hand raised. Yeski, Levy, just wave. Yes. Hardman is all thumbs up. Okay. Everybody's good with closing it. And we'll then, we'll have a motion at the end of the meeting. We have one more item before us, and then, we can do a motion. And sorry we kept you guys up so late, but you did know there were no major issues.
Thank you.
All righty. Okay, so our next application is Coscob LLC, final coastal site plan and special permit, retail bank use expanding. Mr. Leroux, is the applicant here? Oh, there's Mr. Molnar.
And Mr. Tessie also.
Oh, Mr. Tessie, we haven't seen him all night. I'm glad we kept him awake. So the first question I'd actually like to ask is, have we resolved the issue with the FAR, with the total square footage?
I believe we have, Madam Chair. I'll let Mr. Tessie fill in the long story, but the short of it is that it appears that the commission and under an administrative site plan post the 2006 decision to build this property, increased allowed modifications to happen inside the building that changed the floor area numbers. So the applicant was forthright and provided the existing condition, which it seems to be what the commission amended back in 2008. But if I'm wrong, Mr. Tessie, please.
No, you're right. In fact, Pat, I sent you staff report actually via email about it.
Yeah.
A couple days ago tonight.
Okay, so,
I was waiting.
I'm not seeing the information in that you had.
Well, we have on the second page, you'll see that in the staff report, the mention made of the 2008 change by the commission. That change was to add floor area for breakout area, kitchen and bathroom for the staff only. And it was conditioned on only being used by the employees as not essentially active space for customers. If you wanted to change it, you had to go back because no parking allocation was made because the commission noted that it was only going to be breakout for employees.
I'd like to say that the person who wrote this is no longer with the town, but we promoted him, so that's terrible news.
Well,
Yeah.
that must have been that
You.
LaRoe guy.
Yeah, you wrote it.
Okay, Mr.
So
Tessie.
that was the mystery clarification. Other
Okay.
than that, I think you should be pretty tired of hearing people talk to you tonight.
Okay, Mr. Tessie, I've got two things to ask you. One, could either you or Mr. Molnar just spell out, particularly for our secretary, the exact square foot number? I don't have it in front of me. What's the as-built that the commission agreed to? What did the commission agree to in its revision? What is your as-built, and that you will be retaining that? That's request number one. Request number two, Mr. Tessie, is if you would just comment on why your parking allocation, why your available parking is sufficient for the proposed.
Yeah, the
make-
parking, very simply, the parking for this area was established as a retail parking requirement. Those were the numbers. It's based on 1 per 150 of usable floor area, which is the same parking requirement for office space. We have
So
about 4,400 square feet that would require 22 parking spaces. I can tell you that from an employee count standpoint, there could be 120% that number of 22. The intention of Bank of America, Bank of Greenwich, First Bank of Greenwich is to actually have no more than 20 employees in that space. So we're going to be well within the parking requirements, and we're going to be also well within the employee requirements for that site under
For the 1.25.
So those are my responses.
Okie dokie. And the square
Madam Chair,
footage,
just-
nobody
sorry.
gave me the square footage. I know you
Square
forgot the
footage
first.
is as we have, but we can fine tune if Pat wants to still look at his records.
Is the
It's
correct
that-
number 20,835?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Nick, the correct number per the commission revision of the originally approved site plan is that they got 20,835.
Yeah.
And that's what they're staying with as they expand this. There's no exterior alteration, except signage, I guess, right? Or not even going to be signage.
I don't know what they're going to do about signage. because
Okay,
that's
well,
gonna be more back office space, I think. But
Well, Nick will make
they'll
you
have
go to ARC.
for signage anyway.
Right. So Nick will tell you that because.
Madam Chair, I don't know
Yes,
if we
sir.
need to ask the applicant that, but are we counting the parking under 6-100.1 or under 6-158? That would be the only specification, because I know Mr. Tessie just mentioned 20 employees. Is that
No,
is
no,
that
I'm just
the?
mentioning.
Well, he went to
I'm
both.
just pointing out, your question was raised, I think, by someone in the past. I asked my client, by the way, if the question comes up, how many employees we're going to have there, because there is a limit under section.
The density, the 1.25 multiplier.
Right. And that's all I was doing for the record to let you know, we'll be, since you brought up the question in general on parking, that there is a set parking, and we recognize the fact we have a density limitation, and we acknowledge, I know that we're not going to exceed it. I asked the number. For the
So-
record, I was going to say 20. That's all.
I think that to answer your question, Mr. LaRue, the simplest thing is to say the applicant is switching to a use that has the same square footage per space requirement and would also comply with the employee density requirement should that arise, and we'd be done.
That's better than perfect, because I was going to say the preference would be to use the square footage, because then it makes changing uses much
I
easier.
prefer that.
Oh, yeah,
but-
that's all right. I know, we're all
I'm with
agree.
you on that, because
Madam
you never
Chairman,
know.
I second that comment of Pat. It was perfectly articulated at this.
I would like to, I agree with
Hour.
Pat, because if one day, we agree with you, we're all familiar with your site that it doesn't work for retail real well, but you never know what could transpire. There could be a retail use that works, and this leaves you the opening. Okey doke. So with that, we're
Thank you
good.
very much.
Does
Have a
anybody
good
have
evening.
any questions? And does any member of the public wish to speak on this application? Okay, nothing from the commission. Does any member of the public wish to speak? I'm not sure the people, there's still people there, but nobody's raising their hand. We did have somebody once.
Nice.
Oh, so just telling you quick tale out of school. We think Mr. Bristol just fell asleep on us once because we couldn't get his attention. We wanted him. We were going into executive session and we couldn't get his attention to leave the meeting. So, okie doke. With that,
You get older, you don't sleep as much. I found out.
so everybody's okay with closing this application?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okie doke. Oh, Mr. Tessie, if you come back on if you want to come on the commission, you'll sleep great. Okay. Levy's a yes for closing. Mr. Yeski's wants to close. Mr. McRae wants to close, and Mr. Hardman?
Close.
Close. Okay, so I agree to that. So we would close, and that ends the public hearing. And we have then we have two applications, Mr. McRae, that we would entertain motions for. One of them is Round Hill, and the other one is Cascab. This last
Yes.
one.
Let's go backwards. Let's start with Coscob.
Yeah.
Okay. 444, 450 East Putnam Avenue, final site plan PLPZ 2020-115. Whereas the applicant seeks final coastal site plan and special permit approval to expand a retail bank use currently in the west building into the entire commercial first floor of the east building. Commission finds that zoning issued a memo on 7/8/20 stating the proposal meets the requirements of the building zone regulations. Sewer Department issued comments dated 7/2/20 indicating no issues to be addressed during the P&Z phase. The confirmed floor area of the site, commercial floor area of the site is 2835, both buildings east and west.
Mr. Macri.
It's actually that commercial. It's total, right?
Thank you. No, I just want to make sure that we're not.
No, screw it. It doesn't get messed up again. Yeah, we got that.
Total. Okay, the confirmed total floor area of the site. Is 20,835.
Perfect.
Okay, and then actually, let's the parking. My note, the note I wrote down when we were just discussing this, that the outside parking complies with section 158 of the BZR, but we wanted to augment this.
It actually doesn't comply with 158. It complies with it complies with the commission's decision, and the change in the use doesn't make it more non-conforming. So the number of spaces dedicated to this, which I'm just looking again, I believe it's 17 parking spaces to the east building.
Right.
It's going to require 17 now. It will require 17 tomorrow. And by the way, under 6100.1, the employee density will not exacerbate that, as they're going to keep it under 20 or less, excuse me.
Okay, great. Okay, therefore, motion to approve the site plan and special permit with the following conditions. Applicant to apply to the ARC review of an approval of any new signage, lighting and/or awnings, and the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a second on that motion?
I second.
Was that Mr. Hardman? Mr. Hardman has seconded on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Levy, aye. Mr. McRae, aye. Mr. Yeski?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Mr. Hardman? I think you said aye, Mr. Hardman?
Aye.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so the motion carries 5-0. For the next one, Mr. McRae?
166 Old Mill Road, final site plan, PLPZ 2020-6-7, whereas the applicant is seeking final site plan special permits approvals to renovate and construct a 1,311 square foot addition to the existing firehouse, restriping the existing parking area to include 17 parking spaces and 1 new accessible space, thus expanding the existing club use. The club use on the commission finds that the club use on the site was permitted as a special exception in a residential zone by PZBA in 1956. Zoning at the PZBA meeting of 5/27/2020. The applicant received a variance request for gross floor area, front yard setback, and rear yard setback. The PZBA granted these variances request with no conditions. The Department of Public Works, the applicant has filed an SE 100 form dated 2/7/20 requesting a drainage exemption. The Health Department issued comments on 5/12/20 indicating approval of 100% replacement area located at 170 Old Mill Road, which serves the firehouse. ARC, the ARC provided comments to the commission consideration at their 7/1/20 meeting. Therefore, a motion to approve the site plan and special permit with the following conditions: applicant to return to ARC prior to zoning permit to address the notes of the motion from their 7/1/20 meeting. The applicant shall restripe the parking lot as shown on the site development plan as prepared by Frangione Engineering, revised dated 7/7/20. The applicant shall install landscaping as shown on the plan prepared by Conte and Conte, revised dated 6/3/20. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Nick, did you say not to amend the parking layout? I'm sorry if I missed that.
Applicant shall restripe the parking lot as shown on the site development plan as prepared by Frangione Engineering, revised
Yeah.
dated 7/7/20. That's
But-
the one that shows the ADA space next to the
But
building.
ignore the ARC's comment regarding.
Yeah, so, yeah, I
Yeah,
think we
okay.
don't, yeah.
Ignore the
and
ARC.
And the ADA, the ADA space shall remain as demarked or denoted on that site plan. And then all other remaining issues addressed by blah, blah, blah ARC. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. If I could have the votes, Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
and Mr. Hardman. Aye. Okay, so now we're done. That's 5-0 in favor of that application. And before we go, Katie asked us if we were available for an exec session on Thursday at 2 p.m. I believe there's someone who's not available because that's why we had made the planning session at 3. So who is it who's not available? Other than, I'm suspecting it's Andy.
No, I think it was Peter who had a meeting, right,
Oh,
Peter?
Levy, yeah.
Peter Levy, 2 p.m. on Thursday. Can you make an exec session?
Let me just check.
You have that
don't
conference
remember.
call. You have a standing conference call at 2:30, you said.
On Thursday.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
mean, this-
what,
I can-
maybe what we could do is you could bop in for the exec
Yes.
session at 2, bop out at 2:30, and then come back and visit us at 3 for the planning session.
And Peter, it'll be quick. I mean, the thing that is of real interest is going to be a quick conversation.
Good. No, I'll do it.
Okay, good. So everybody else can make 2 p.m. on Thursday for an exec session?
Yeah, good for 2 p.m. and then the following at 3, and then I've got to bail and go to Costco at 4:30.
Yep.
Okay. And we're good then.
Sounds good.
Okay, is there anything else? So we're going to see you guys at 3. And Katie's going to try and do an agenda sometime in all her spare time tomorrow.
Right.
And what's
This is regular planning meeting, right?
this is a planning meeting
Yeah, okay.
at 3, exec session at 2 on Thursday. Don't forget, we'll really try to like have an easy August, okay?
Yeah,
Last
six hours and counting.
Okay, we're good.
3A.
It's 2 hours better than last time.
No, that is not the standard from which we should be judging anything.
No, I tried.
Second
Okay.
that.
The beatings will continue until morale improves, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I have that T-shirt.
Okay, so we made another deal tonight that we're going to have less items on the agenda. I asked Pat.
Fewer
I-
items, fewer items,
Oh,
not less.
English as second language.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to have fewer items per Mr. Lowe, and goodbye, Mr. and Mrs. Tree.
Yeah.
Good night, Mr. Mrs. Tree.
Goodbye,
Happy
Mr. and
anniversary.
Mrs. Tree. Thank you
Good
for
night,
your
Moon.
thank you for your service, Mr. and Mrs. Tree.
Now
Bye bye,
leave.
everybody.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night, Moon.
And
I
good
just
night,
said good
Moon.
night, Moon.
Good night, Zoom. I even have that. I'll put it
Oh,
on
that-
next.
Good night, Patrick.